The sitting is open. Dear colleagues, this afternoon the agenda calls for the election of 3 judges to the European Court of Human Rights in respect of Ireland, Latvia and Liechtenstein. The list of candidates and biographical notices are to be found in documents 15938, 15949, 15924. The opinion of the committee is presented in document 15959, addendum 2. The voting will take place in the foyer in front of the hemicycle by secret ballot. At 6 p.m., I shall announce the closing of the poll. Each political group has appointed a teller according to the rules. The tellers are: from the Socialists, Mrs. Clotilda Busca; from the EPP, Mrs. Andrea Eder-Gitzthaler; from the Conservatives, European Conservatives, Mr. Armen Gevorgyan; from ALDE, Mr. Claude Kern; and from United European Left, Mrs. Sevilay Selenk-Özön. I would like to remind them that they will have to be in the room set aside for this purpose at 6 p.m. The result of the vote will be announced, if possible, before the close of today's sitting. For these first ballots, an absolute majority of the votes is required. If a second round has to be organized, it will take place tomorrow afternoon. I now declare the ballots open. We continue our work in the meantime. The next item on the agenda is questioning to Mrs. Marija Pejcinovic, Secretary General of the Council of Europe. We will first hear questions from the speakers on behalf of the political groups and then hear a response from Mrs. Pejcinovic to those questions. Please, will the speakers limit their interventions to 30 seconds? I remind colleagues that they should ask one single question and not make speeches. Mrs. Secretary General, you have the floor. Or you want to the questions to be addressed to you? Okay. On behalf of the Socialist, Luz Martinez Seijo.
Gracias, señor presidente.
Thank you, President. The Council of Europe has got 3 main objectives: defence of human rights and dignity of individuals, figures amongst them. Practically all European countries have seen on occasions how those rights have been violated back at home. This Assembly has condemned the horrors of wars and dictatorship, and it continues to defend rules to provide reparations for victims. So, for example, Spain, which has had a civil war, a coup d'etat, and since then, the autonomous governments of the People's Party and the extreme right want to adopt special laws which, in effect, do away with any remembrance of what happened in those periods. What do you think? Thank you.
Thank you very much for this important question. As you may know, at the Council of Europe, we have several instruments that deal with the history teaching or with how to deal with the past that for Europe was a very painful one. So the Committee of Ministers have put forward recently the recommendation on rights, services and support for victims of crime. This is in view of taking into consideration the Council of Europe standards and other international standards and upholding shared human rights, but also meeting the legitimate needs of victims. So this is the general approach, and I think that goes to for all of our member states, including Spain. On the history teaching, I'm very glad that several years ago we have put together on the basis of partial agreement, observatory on history teaching, that is actually having more and more members, and I call also on those countries that haven't been yet the members to consider doing so, because history teaching, I think, if you look at our own histories inside the countries, but also with our neighbors, is a way to find a proper way to address more impartial analysis and improving quality of relevance of what is taught to our children. So in that respect, I can only encourage Spain to use the tools that are at the disposal and that the Council of Europe provides for. But when raising this issue, which is not only the issue, I think, in our member states in Spain, but also elsewhere, I could name at least a few, that dealing with the past is very important, how we forge the future, and teaching children about the history in a proper way. I think it's also building not only a safe and good environment inside, and peaceful and democratic one, but also towards the neighbors. And I think who is better placed than the Council of Europe to pray and ask for our member states to do more on that, because Council of Europe, after all, was built on the premise of never again, and if we want to have never again, then these things have to be taken into account. But of course, always different opinions do exist in democracy. That is normal. What is important that in democratic societies, the discussions are taken place in a democratic way to accommodate for differences, but also to uphold human rights, and in this case, human rights of victims. Thank you very much.
Thank you. On behalf of the EPP, Madame Marie-Christine Dalloz.
Madame la Secrétaire.
Secretary General, you were elected Secretary General of the Council of Europe on the 26th of June 2019. I'd like, first of all, on my own behalf and on behalf of the EPP group, to thank you very much indeed for the 5 years that you have spent serving this organization. The Russian Federation's aggression against Ukraine brutally created instability in our continent and for a lasting period. And we reacted, the first of all organizations, by expelling Russia in March 2022. I'd like to ask you what assessment you make of your term as Secretary General. How do you see the Council of Europe's future role in the current very tense geopolitical context? Thank you very much indeed. Thank you very much indeed for your question. First of all, thank you very much for your very kind words at the beginning. And of course, there will be one last part session when I'll be addressing you, and I hope I'll be able to say a few things about my term as Secretary General, taking stock of the 5 years. But as you mentioned, one of the challenges that we've had to face during my term of office, which has almost been 5 years, I can react to this, of course, and before the dreadful war of aggression caused by the Russian Federation against Ukraine, we, of course, had the health pandemic, and no one could have imagined such an event was going to occur. And no one at the time would have known that it was going to be a global pandemic and that would be deprived of so many things that we could never have imagined being deprived of, if I could say it in those words. So we need to be able to continue to play a useful role within the Council of Europe, but continue to work. We need to continue to respect the laws in our member states who need to save lives, of course, but we need to do this in such a way that this doesn't undermine fundamental rights and freedoms. And this, I think, is a real challenge we had to face. At the beginning, we did our best. We tried to come up with a toolbox, and I'm certainly very proud of the role the organization has played by being able, within the first few weeks, to turn to our member states, because we realized, of course, that by saving lives, which is, of course, the overriding concern and the number one task for all of us, that we shouldn't at the same time neglect or overlook democracy, the rule of law, and human rights. So when the war of aggression launched by the Russian Federation occurred, we were still in the midst of the pandemic, but we reacted immediately in the Council of Europe to this. On the first day following the aggression, I made a statement on the 24th of February 2022 in the morning, and I called on the Russian Federation to immediately stop this war of aggression, otherwise it would face the consequences that it ended up having to face. Now, the committee ministers then made a decision to suspend the membership of the Russian Federation on the next day, and then there was a session of the Parliamentary Assembly 2 or 3 weeks after the outbreak of the war of aggression, which took a very clear position that an aggressor state which has overstepped all the boundaries, all the red lines of being a member of the Council of Europe could no longer remain within the organization. So since then, we've also tried, of course, to take a clear action and help our member. We also try to seek accountability for Russia for its crimes, and there have been a number of developments in this field, of course, the most recent one being the setting up of the Register of Damage, which is designed to help people file claims, and it's already up and running, and it will enable any individual or authority or company which has been affected by the war of aggression and has incurred losses to seek redress for this. Now, there are other challenges as well that existed beforehand. For instance, let's not forget the backsliding of democracy in a number of parts of Europe. And all this, of course, has compounded the other problems that we've been dealing with within the organization. So the upshot of all this, of everything that's occurred, is that, of course, last year we had the summit, only the 4th ever summit of the heads of state and government of the Council of Europe. And we really had to organize a summit given this completely unexpected full-scale war that was launched on the continent of a member state of the Council of Europe. So we organized the summit of the heads of state and government in Reykjavik, where the largest number of heads of state and government of the Council of Europe gathered in May of last year in Reykjavik, and they set a course for a number of activities to be carried out by our organization, pointing out how we should be developing. So I certainly think the Reykjavik Declaration has set some very strategic lines that our organization can follow in future. And if I was to answer this very briefly, I would simply say that we need to continue to implement the decisions made in Reykjavik. Of course, we can take stock of what's been done in May, but I think we can also note that a number of things that were pledged in Reykjavik have indeed come to pass and been implemented. So far as the future is concerned, what's ever so important, so far as I'm concerned, is to continue to work on the main lines of thrust of the organization. So to answer your question, I'd like to point out emerging issues. One of them is, of course, artificial intelligence, and we finished negotiations on a new convention governing artificial intelligence and the impact on human rights, rule of law, and democracy, and also environmental challenges and climate change and human rights. And another key area is one which wasn't included in the working parties of the summit or in the emerging challenges that were discussed. But another area is that our leaders were very concerned indeed by the whole issue of migration and illegal migration in particular. And from the Council of Europe's point of view, what we did was to create a working party which has given thought to the importance of working on a new convention which would be focused on human traffickers, migrant traffickers, because if we can draw up a convention in which these human traffickers will be aware that there are very clear consequences of their acts, there'll be criminal actions or prosecution carried out, that I think this type of activity, which unfortunately has become very widespread and very developed, will perhaps not be as prosperous as it is. So that, in a nutshell, is what I have to say to you. I'd simply like to finish off by mentioning something that I started with at the beginning of my mandate, and I'm very grateful to Jean-Claude Juncker, who, before he left his position as head of the European Union, he decided to revitalize the European Union by setting it on the path to signing up to our European Convention on Human Rights. And this was decided by the Treaty of Lisbon. I think a number of you that are here now know full well that this treaty was signed a very long time ago and went into force quite some time ago. But if we want to keep the current system of human rights protection throughout Europe, we want it to be coherent and consistent, then I do think it's ever so important for the European Union to join the European Convention on Human Rights. We have done all the groundwork. The negotiations have been carried out with this in mind. I'm very grateful to our member states. We had, of course, a number of very difficult questions that need to be resolved, but they managed to reach an agreement, and both from the Council of Europe's point of view and other parties' point of view, the work has been completed. Now, there's one small amount of work that still needs to be done. One small step needs to be taken by the European Union to complete this process, and I certainly hope that in the future we will see a day when the European Union is a state party to the European Convention on Human Rights. Because when I was here, the candidate for Secretary General 5 years ago, and in the Parliamentary Assembly chamber, I remember pretty much all political groups asking me what was my opinion on this. And my answer was always the same, the exact answer that I'm giving you now. I can certainly commend the fact that we've made quite some concrete headway with regard to this, that we've covered some very important ground. We haven't yet fully completed the process, but this is another important step that I think the Council of Europe needs to manage in the coming months to ensure that further momentum is continued with this, and that the next Secretary General can say during their term of office that the European Union will have joined the European Convention on Human Rights.
European Conservatives, Mr. Scholt-Nemeth.
Mr. President, Secretary General, I am to your right. Yes. Secretary General, we witnessed a horrible disaster developing in the Middle East, starting on the 7th of October Hamas attack, now continued with the 13th of April Iranian attack with hundreds of drones and missiles on Israel. The ECR stands firm with Israel and the Jews in the world, especially on my side in Hungary. What is your position on the Iranian threat to peace? And how do you think the Council of Europe could contribute to prevent the escalation of war in the Middle East? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for this important question. If you follow my declarations, I made one condemning this Iran's attack on Israel, which happened on Saturday night. And my firm belief is that in already very troubled waters of the Middle East, it's yet another war would be too much for the global security, for people living there. And I think you were right to mention the 7th of October horrible attack of Hamas on Israel, which I also condemned, but also what was happening last couple of months, I think we are witnessing a lot of suffering, a lot of civilians are attacked and killed, among which women and children, with people not getting humanitarian assistance. I think whatever you can imagine which Council of Europe as a human rights, rule of law and democracy institution cannot accept. But having said that, apart from condemning and really joining the international community who calls for stopping the war, calls for releasing all the hostages, calls for humanitarian aid workers to be able to do their work, and in particular calls for stopping attacking civilians, which is blatant violation of international law, and call for dialogue. I think we can only be very vocal on that, but knowing that we are a regional organization, that we are a European organization, other than working on dialogue, peace, and a good neighborly relations with this part of the world, I see not much more than the Council of Europe can do. But of course, it is horrifying what is happening there. We have the war in Ukraine, where we also witnessed horrible situations, and I think having a war to expand with Iran would nearly go to a total war. So I hope that this will stop and that the talks and dialogue will prevail.
On behalf of the Liberal Democrats, Mr. Rick Dems.
Madam Secretary General, as you know, recently the court has rendered a judgment in an environmental case. You know there's a lot more in the pipeline, and given this judgment, we might expect there's so many more to come. This Assembly unanimously recommended to the Committee of Ministers to create a legally binding instrument concerning a safe, clean, healthy and sustainable environment, even to the extent to include it in the Convention itself through a protocol. My question is, what is the status of the work of the Committee of Ministers and CDDH or other instruments in order to create this legally binding instrument? And wouldn't you think that it would be wise to have a protocol to the Convention which is well defined in order for the court to render good judgments? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Absolutely one of those, as I call them, emerging priorities, which have existed already if we recall also this Parliamentary Assembly calling for more action. I think that is also witnessing of the not really a very new thing, but I think what is new and probably what is reflected, I cannot comment on the cases as such, but on their impact. I think what is different probably now than 10 years or 5 years ago is this pressure and clear environmental decline and climate change that we are witnessing, I think, from year to year. Probably people thought that that would affect more equatorial part of the world or more southern part of Europe, if we talk about Council of Europe. But we can see that it affects really everyone, everywhere, all from the Pole North to the Pole South. So certainly something has to be done. There was long discussions, and I know clearly that you were one of those who were very vocal on putting in place a new instrument. I'm glad that the Reykjavik Declaration took very seriously the part of environmental degradation and its impact on human rights, democracy, and rule of law, and that our leaders decided to first task one of the groups of working groups of the Committee of Ministers to reflect upon in what way, whether there is, as we always do, is there a feasibility study, if there is a need of a new instrument, protocol to one or the other instrument that we already have, or something else. So I think this group is still working. Their deadline is by the end of this year. So I'm very certain that they will come with proper deliberation on that. But in the meantime, I must say that Council of Europe was not inactive, that we already started working on different areas and really seeing some of the impacts of the environmental change. So we had quite recent Committee of Ministers recommendation on human rights and the environment, which was voted in 2022. We have now draft Committee of Ministers recommendation on implementation of Landscape Convention. You know, sometimes Council of Europe was well ahead of time, and Landscape Convention as well as Berne Convention on flora and fauna was preceding the events. But then, probably because there was not so emerging a problem at the time, some like landscape conventions, for instance, were not forgotten, but were not so much implemented. And I think a new boost for implementing some of those instruments that we already have is already a good part of the answer to this. We have also a report on transition to green economy from the social cohesion perspective, and within the Council of Europe itself, we have reshuffled the organizational chart in order to prioritize, to show that we prioritize also this work on the environment. So we have new entity within our directorate on social rights, health, and environment. And I think very clearly these three interrelate to each other, and it's important to have that on the level of the Secretariat, because there is also work to need to be done transversally. We have put in place at the beginning of this year the task force on environment, so that's already working. So I think alert is already on bigger scale than it was some time ago, and for what is my opinion, whether we need a separate document, a separate convention or protocol to the convention, I would say I would leave that to the experts to decide what form, but that we need probably more a common approach. I think that's one of the lessons learned from the three court cases that have been just issued. So we need to tackle the issue because by definition the environmental issues are global. We are interconnected, and working only in one place and not having the same standards elsewhere doesn't help the overall cause. So I really would like to wish a common approach to these issues. Would it be one way or the other? I think it's less important. What is important that one, it is put in place, that it's implemented, and that we don't have a need to go for people to go to the courts, international or national, on the issues of environment and human rights.
And the last question, because we are running out of time, is on behalf of the United European Left, Mrs. Laura Castel.
Thank you, Chair. Madam Secretary General, my political group is convinced that staying silent in the face of a genocide in Gaza is equivalent to backing the perpetrators. Taking into account that we are a human rights organization and Israel and Palestine are both linked with our organization, don't you believe that after 6 months of silence, Council of Europe could and should play a more active role in relation to the protection of the human rights in Gaza and in Palestine in general. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. On this question, I think I partially answered it through another question, and I can only reiterate that I issued at several occasions the warning or concern about what is going on, and I just said what my clear position is. However, we cannot, by the nature of we are a regional organization. We have very clearly the remit in which we work. Apart from being vocal on some issues, which I think I was very clear on what my position is, we cannot engage in negotiations or other. But what we can do and what we do is, because all this has an impact on our societies. It has an impact, I think, if you recall just the aftermath of the 7th of October, there was a rise in anti-Muslim and anti-Semitic feelings. And this is where Council of Europe has something to say. And this is where Council of Europe is working. I have a special representative on anti-Semitic, anti-Muslim, and other religious crimes who is working on that. Our ECRI, our European Commission on against Racism and Intolerance, has two policy guidelines on anti-Semitism and on anti-Muslim hatred. I have very recently, as only a month ago, I have called for the first meeting of coordinators on anti-Muslim hatred, because I believe we have to tackle these issues in Europe, but sometimes in these endeavors, we are joined with some countries outside of the remit of the Council of Europe, from the North America and some other places. So as we cannot, because it's not our mandate, engage directly, we have to manage the consequences of this horrible war and the problem on our fellow citizens of one or the other ethnic or religious communities. So this is where I think Council of Europe should continue working very hard, because working on these issues, in particular the two that I mentioned, but on any kind of interreligious or other hatred is the way to have peaceful societies, and in a way that doesn't concern only Europe, where the 46 member states are situated, but it can have an impact outside of the Council of Europe merits. So I think this is the area in which indirectly, unfortunately not directly, we can do our part of the work.
Madam Secretary General, on behalf of my colleagues, I want to thank you so much for the answers given to questions. Thank you. Dear colleagues, on this note, let me remind you that the ballots for the election of 3 judges to the European Court of Human Rights is still open. Those who have not yet voted may still do so by going to the foyer in the front of the hemicycle. The vote closes at 6 p.m. The next item of business this afternoon is the debate on the report titled Support for the Reconstruction of Ukraine, the document under the number 15932, presented by Mr. Lulzim Basa on behalf of the Committee on Political Affairs and Democracy. We will then hear from Davor Ivostier, who will present an opinion on behalf of the Committee on Legal Affairs and Human Rights. And this will be followed by a statement by Mr. Ruslan Stefanchuk, Chairman of the Verkhovna Rada, Ukraine. In order to finish by 5:20 p.m., I will interrupt the list of speakers at about 5 p.m. to allow time for the reply and the vote. I call now Mr. Bassa, the rapporteur. Mr. Bassa, you have 7 minutes now and 3 minutes at the end to reply to the debate. Mr. Bassa, you have the floor.
Mr. President, honourable colleagues, Your Excellency, Mr. Speaker of the Parliament of Ukraine and distinguished members of the delegation, on February 24th, 2022, Russia started the invasion of Ukraine without provocation, the largest international invasion since 1941. Russia's illegal war of aggression has caused catastrophic destruction and suffering to the people and the country of Ukraine, resulting in grave human and material losses and numerous war crimes against civilians. The ICC has already issued an arrest warrant for the Russian president in relation to the forced deportation of Ukrainian children. As Russia continues to wage its destructive war and to commit war crimes in Ukraine, it is clear that Ukraine requires huge amounts of assistance to address the damages and destruction and rebuild its infrastructure. The Russian government should be held responsible for compensating the human and material losses incurred. Russia must be held accountable for its destruction of Ukraine. The already frozen Russian state assets must be put at the disposal of reconstructing Ukraine. States holding them should cooperate to transfer all Russian state assets to an international compensation mechanism. The Council of Europe has already established a register for damage caused by the aggression of the Russian Federation against Ukraine. Today, we vote to endorse the establishment of an international compensation mechanism under the auspices of the Council of Europe to comprehensively address the damages incurred by natural and legal persons concerned, as well as the state of Ukraine, due to the unlawful actions of the Russian Federation in its invasion of Ukraine. Since the beginning of the aggression, this Assembly has unanimously adopted a host of texts condemning Russia's brutal aggression, its aspect and consequences. Since February 2022, several countries have frozen over 300 billion euros in Russian state assets. The United Nations General Assembly has already endorsed the creation of an international mechanism for compensating Ukraine for loss, damage and injury suffered during the war. Subsequently, the Council of Europe established last May the register of damage caused by the aggression of the Russian Federation against Ukraine. The obligation to pay reparations for the violation of international law is well established. Russian sovereign assets must be seized and transferred to an international compensation mechanism concluded under the auspices of the Council of Europe with its member and non-member states. These assets will then be used to compensate Ukraine, affected entities, as well as natural and legal persons for damages caused by the Russian Federation's unlawful acts accompanying its illegal invasion. The mechanism would be given the authority and capacity to receive and review claims from Ukraine and other injured parties, public and private, and distribute appropriate compensation for such claims in line with internationally agreed standards and procedures. Mr. President, honourable colleagues, in the face of Russian aggression and invasion of Ukraine, which is a blatant violation of a state's international legal obligations, international law permits other states to respond with countermeasures. Lawful countermeasures are measures that would be unlawful if imposed against an innocent state that has not violated its international obligations. But they are permitted if taken against an offending state, with the objective to persuade the offending state to cease its unlawful conduct and comply with its obligation to compensate those injured. Third states, that is, states that have not been directly injured by the offending state's conduct, are permitted by international law to take collective countermeasures against the offending state, in this case Russia, for grave breaches of its obligations. Moreover, states that have been specifically affected by Russia's unlawful acts or damaged indirectly by the threats, costs or disruptions these acts have caused can join in countermeasures deployed by other states on these grounds as well. As an early response to Russia's unlawful invasion of Ukraine, several states where Russian state assets are located took the step of freezing these assets so that they would not be available to finance Russia's illegal war of aggression. Absent Russia's offending conduct, it would have been unlawful for any state to freeze these assets. The freezing of these assets constitutes lawful countermeasures under international law. Given the fact that Russia's unlawful conduct, to which they were a response, has not ceased even after a host of reprimands and warnings to do so, including several UN General Assembly resolutions, time is overdue to take the next step. With our vote today, we call for the establishment of an international trust fund where all seized Russian state assets will be deposited, ensuring transparency, accountability and equity in the disbursement of funds that should be used for compensation to Ukraine and natural or legal persons affected by the Russian aggression in Ukraine, as well as to aid Ukraine's recovery and reconstruction efforts. And we will endorse the establishment of an international commission of claims for the damages recorded in the register under the auspices of the Council of Europe. Dear colleagues, Mr. President, esteemed members of the Assembly, there is no doubt about the illegality of Russia's invasion of Ukraine, its occupation of Ukrainian territory, and illegal annexation of large parts of it. By these actions, Russia has violated the most fundamental rules of international law. These rules are a cornerstone of the post-World War II international legal order. Indeed, they are indispensable to the foundation upon which the entire rules-based order is built. We are witnessing a crucial moment in the 21st century and taking joint action to maintain and strengthen our unity against Russia's illegal war of aggression. With our vote today, we reconfirm that we remain steady in our objective to fortify Ukraine so that the consequences, including those of a financial nature of Russia's aggression, serve as deterrents against any other future aggression, and to support Ukraine for as long as it takes to fully and unconditionally defeat Russia's aggression.
Thank you, Mr. Bassa. I now call Mr. Stier for the opinion from the Committee on Legal Affairs and Human Rights. Dear Davor, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President, dear colleagues, Mr. Speaker of the Verkhovna Rada. The Committee on Legal Affairs asked the Bureau to be seized for opinion on this report, given the potential overlap between this report and my own report on legal and human rights aspects of the Russian aggression, which will also cover the issue of compensation of the damage caused to Ukraine by the Russian aggression. In this sense, I would like to congratulate Mr. Basha for his report, which provides an excellent analysis of this issue and the role that the Council of Europe should play in this regard. His report proposes that the Council of Europe moves forward and establishes an international compensation mechanism, including an international trust fund and an international claims commission. This is something that we had already asked in our own report prepared last year by Damien Cotier, so we are fully in line with our previous position that the Council of Europe must play a leading role in setting up the mechanism. Mr. Basha's report also proposes that member and non-member states use the frozen Russian state assets for the purposes of compensation and reconstruction of Ukraine. The arguments used in the report, based on the doctrine of collective countermeasures under the international law of state responsibility, are legally very convincing. This position was also supported by the experts we had at the Committee on Legal Affairs for my report. The Assembly and the Council of Europe, by endorsing this proposal, will send a strong message which will go beyond some of the proposals that are being discussed by other actors like the European Union. In our opinion, we have proposed several amendments to the draft resolution and the draft recommendation, but all of them just in order to strengthen it and to cover some additional issues. So finally, let me say that I thank Mr. Basha and the Political Affairs Committee for accepting all our amendments, for our excellent cooperation. And let me conclude by saying that confronting this Russian war of aggression, we in this Assembly, our member states, we cannot be non-aligned. Russia should be held accountable, and we should be on the side of the victims, on the side of Ukraine, on the side of justice, on the side of freedom. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, it is an honor me now to welcome Mr. Ruslan Stefanchuk, Chairman of the Verkhovna Rada of Ukraine, here today. Mr. Stefanchuk, I would like to extend my warmest thanks to you for responding to our invitation to come to Strasbourg. It is a pleasure to have you here with us as we prepare to discuss the resolution on support for the reconstruction of Ukraine. Yesterday, I opened our part session by calling for support for Ukraine. Support is crucial. Support to get additional air defense systems to protect hospitals, energy infrastructure, and inhabitants. Support to get military assistance so Ukraine can continue to heroically defend its borders. Support for investigation of war crimes and prosecution of perpetrators. Support for the return of deported and forcibly transferred children to Ukraine. Support for the reconstruction. Though the Council of Europe cannot provide all the support your country needs, support and assistance for Ukraine remain a top priority within the remit of this organization. The Council of Europe has shown leadership in setting up the register of damage caused by the aggression of the Russian Federation against Ukraine, and the Assembly became the first international body to support the creation of an ad hoc international criminal tribunal to investigate and prosecute the crime of aggression committed by the leadership of the Russian Federation. I hope that the initiatives presented in the report will receive support from the international community so that your country, Mr. Stefanchuk, can quickly launch recovery programs and consolidate its path towards democracy. Today, we are holding the debate in the premises of the European Parliament. In 2023, European Union leaders agreed to launch accession negotiations with Ukraine, and I'm hopeful that soon Ukrainian members of the European Parliament will be able to sit in this chamber as proof of Ukraine's undeniable belonging to the family of European nations. Once again, I want to thank you for being with us today. Dear Ruslan, earlier this morning, I made a new friend, and I have the honor now to call this friend to take the floor of this emblematic assembly who is here for democracy, the rule of law, and human rights.
Dear Mr. President, dear Madam Secretary General, distinguished members of the Parliamentary Assembly, today I have the honor to address the Parliamentary Assembly of the Council of Europe, and I'm grateful to President Theodoros Rousopoulos for this opportunity. I thank you, Mr. President, for this opportunity, and I sincerely wish you success in the responsible position that you have recently assumed. I'd like to especially thank you in particular for your speech yesterday, full of determination and solidarity with Ukraine. This day and place of my address are special. It requires special words from me. And I'm asking all of you for special attention. Ukraine is fighting heroically and is experiencing perhaps the most dramatic stage of the fight for its freedom, territorial integrity, and independence. For the European principles of democracy, the principles of the rule of law and human rights, for our common principles. It is painfully difficult for us. They are killing us every day, and we need your help today more than ever. And I'm addressing you from the highest tribune of the European idea and democracy, from the tribune from which the voice of European citizens has been heard for 75 years. I'm speaking to you on behalf of the people of Ukraine and the country that has been a member of the Council of Europe for almost 30 years. Here, in the European Parliament, I ask you to defend the country that is a candidate for accession to the European Union, that is about to start the most important and responsible part of its path to full membership. I'm addressing each of you on behalf of a tired but unbreakable Ukrainian soldier who has not left the trenches on the front line for 3 years now, and who sometimes simply does not have enough ammunition to drive the enemy away from the Ukrainian soil. I'm addressing you on behalf of a Ukrainian mother who is burying her child in tears because she could not protect the child from the brutal daily bombardments in Kharkiv, Sumy, Kyiv, Zaporizhia, Odessa, Kherson, all over the Ukrainian land. I'm speaking to you on behalf of Ukrainian doctors, teachers, and rescue workers. I'm speaking on behalf of the Ukrainian Parliament, which has the honor of representing those heroic people. And with a silent prayer, I appeal to you and to every Ukrainian victim who are countless and who will never be brought back. I speak on behalf of the crippled, the disadvantaged, but still the invincible yet. Dear colleagues, the Parliamentary Assembly of the Council of Europe was the first international institution that clearly outlined its position on the Russian aggression. And in April 2014, it responded with concrete actions, political sanctions against the delegation of the invading state. Since then, a significant array of acts has been carried out that address various aspects of this war, and this is why Ukraine has special hopes for the Council of Europe and its Parliamentary Assembly as our consistent and reliable partners. I have come to Strasbourg with our parliamentary delegation on purpose to look into the eyes of each of you, to shake hands with those who tirelessly come to Ukraine and always ask how they can help us, to thank those who give us whatever they can, and also to ask for help from those who can help, but for some reason do not do so or do not do enough yet. Today, as the Chairman of the Verkhovna Rada of Ukraine, I stand before you to speak about a special historical moment. The moment when the indomitable spirit of the Ukrainian people needs your highest support. This spirit was summarized by President of Ukraine, Volodymyr Zelensky, when he said, "We are strong. We are ready for anything. We will defeat anyone because we are Ukraine." And this is not just rhetoric. Friends, these words convey the resilience that keeps the heart of your wounded European sister, the heart of unconquered Ukraine. Today, friends, I will try to avoid numbers because, first of all, you know them very well. Second, because they cannot convey the terrible picture of the suffering, destruction, and devastation caused by Russia. Thousands killed, tens of thousands wounded, and millions of refugees and internally displaced persons. Towns and villages that have been burned to the ground. The bloodless energy system that is suffering even more painful blows every day. And how can one calculate the emotional, moral, and psychological effects of the aggression? Through frozen tears and fierce fatigue, millions of Ukrainians are looking at you with faith and with a single request to protect their right to life, their right to choose, their right to a European future. Do not look away, because if Ukraine falls, Europe will fall. And then you will face the eyes of your compatriots, who, just like us, will ask you for help. And even worse, you will face the eyes of the Russian occupier, who will no longer ask for anything. He will look down on you with the cold gaze of a cynical and ruthless barbarian. Dear ladies and gentlemen, today we will talk a lot about justice, and I thank the Parliamentary Assembly of the Council of Europe for remaining a reliable beacon of solidarity and support for Ukraine in these difficult and unjust times. After all, the report supporting Ukraine's recovery that is discussed today is about justice. After all, the creation of the comprehensive compensation mechanism is also about justice. Its launch, without exaggeration, will be an image of truth and a powerful manifestation of the collective commitment to the rule of law and international standards. But following the establishment of the Register of Damages and the opening of a support office in Kyiv during the recent visit of Ukraine by the Secretary General and the Chair of the Committee of Ministers, the next steps, I believe, should be establishment of the Compensation Commission and establishment of the Compensation Fund. Together, it will make it possible to fully launch the working version of the comprehensive compensation mechanism. And I would like to especially thank you for the Council of Europe Action Plan for Ukraine, Resilience, Recovery and Reconstruction 2023 to 26, which is supported by the Council of Europe Development Bank. Speaking of resources for Ukraine's recovery, I return to the issue of justice again, Because, friends, where should we talk about justice if not here in Strasbourg? Russia has committed a crime of aggression. Russia has caused enormous damage, and it is Russia that must be held accountable. A solution must be found to direct Russian assets to compensate for the damage it has caused. It should be found. And I think there are no people who would oppose the main truth that Putin and Russia must pay the check written to them in full for the war that they have unleashed. I have no doubt that the Council of Europe will be able to fulfill yet another historic mission by supporting the establishment of a special international tribunal for the crime of aggression against Ukraine. And this will make it possible to bring the highest political and military leaders of Russia to justice and fair punishment. Dear colleagues, let's be honest with ourselves. The civilizational gap that separates us and Russia is gigantic. And in its depth, any illusions about this aggressive, hateful, and unlawful creature disappear. The beast that terrorizes and intimidates the entire world, that doesn't care about any international norms and rules, that does not value the lives of other people or its own citizens. Therefore, friends, we must act immediately. The time of great concern and strong condemnation is over. The time of reflections and doubts have passed about whether one should give Ukraine weapons, whether one should give Ukraine tanks or not. The time for sanctions has long passed if they are not functional, because it's impossible to win a war that you yourself are financing. And believe me, the time for blind peacekeepers will never come, who, as great Churchill once said, they feed the crocodile in the hope that it will eat them last. But the time has come for frank and truthful assessments. It is time for quick action and decisions. It is time for responsible leadership. It's time to choose a resolute, united resistance to the Russian terror. I want us all to finally understand just one thing. Playing peacekeeping games, lack of weapons, imperfect sanctions, delays in confiscating Russian assets, the absence of accountability and punishment mechanisms, all of that makes the beast stronger. And the beast carries on. It needs new blood. And one more thing. I am not afraid of the voices of politicians replicated by Russian propaganda who talk about the alleged fatigue with Ukraine and Ukrainians. But I'm afraid of the fatigue of the Ukrainian soldiers who bravely hold the line of defense day and night. We have no right to let them down, to lose faith in them, those heroic Ukrainian boys and girls for whom the defense of their homeland is a matter of their life and our lives. Yes, friends, it's about life and not death. And I'm fully aware that the Council of Europe and its Parliamentary Assembly do not have a mandate to address military or economic issues, but I really want you to hear me. Because in this room I am speaking to politicians representing the parliaments of 46 countries on the European continent. And I am appealing to you as leaders of the interests of all European citizens. I appeal to you to direct all your efforts to support our common fight. An air defense system costs much less than the damage caused by a missile that it cannot stop. Every electronic warfare system increases the ability to neutralize enemy drones, which means saving lives. This is the terrible and cynical mathematics of war. but it's also objective reality that we saw in Israel a few days ago, armed with state-of-the-art weaponry, and together with its allies, it effectively repelled a massive 5-hour attack by 300 Iranian missiles and drones. And most importantly, we have witnessed the allied will and strength against the axis of evil, the will and strength that can and should protect Ukraine as well. Because a united democracy must be united. And most importantly, it should be indiscriminate in protecting those who share its values. We want peace, but a just and lasting peace, which President Zelensky's peace formula is designed to bring. And I'm convinced that the Council of Europe should be a participant of the process that will bring back peace and tranquility to the continent. This is why we expect the leaders of your countries, as well as the leadership of the Council of Europe, to attend the Peace Summit to be held in Switzerland in June of this year. We Ukrainians are often told that they will support us as long as it takes. And I tell you, dear friends, we still need it. We need it very much. We need it today. We have to get a chance to live, a chance to restore justice, a chance to build a happy and secure Ukraine as part of Europe, where democracy prevails and respect for human rights. In conclusion, I urge this distinguished assembly to add to its invaluable record of decisions already made and to vote on the recommendations contained in the report supporting Ukraine's recovery with all the seriousness and urgency that they require. Dear friends, immediately after the conclusion of my visit to the Council of Europe, the Ukrainian delegation and I will go to the western Ukrainian city of Lviv. There we will hold the 10th anniversary round of dialogue started by the outstanding Frenchman, the father of Europe, Jean Monnet. It was he who said in the middle of the last century that Europe has never existed, Europe has yet to be created. Dear friends, I really want us to jointly create a Europe that will once and for all include Ukraine and those states that want to do so. I really want us to jointly defend Europe. I really want us not to squander our chance. Because history never forgets the chances that have been wasted. And then perhaps somebody will be able to say about us that they have not only completed the creation of Europe, but they have protected and preserved it for the future generations. I want to thank you for attention. Slava Ukraini!
Dear Ruslan, Mr. Stefanchuk, thank you for your statement, which has been listened, as you have seen, to with keen interest by all the members of the Assembly. And now, dear colleagues, I will open the list of speakers, starting from the political groups. On behalf of the European Conservatives, I call Lord David Blencathra.
Mr. President, what an honour to follow the fantastic speech from Mr. Stefanchuk. Absolutely humbling, but also very telling. I'm pleased to speak in support of this report, and I congratulate the rapporteur. We all want to see Ukraine reconstructed, all the damage restored and all victims compensated, and Russia made to pay for everything. But that will not happen until Russia is defeated. Ukraine will not be reconstructed, and no victims will be compensated if Russia wins. Indeed, their genocide against the Ukrainian people will accelerate and be worse than Stalin's Holodomor, killing millions of Ukrainians in 1932. Putin will be even more evil, and we must call on the United States and all European countries to help Ukraine with all available weapons to defeat Russia. But in the meantime, the creation of the Register of Damage is an excellent idea, but that is the easy bit. The difficult part will be deciding what to do with the $300 billion worth of Russian assets and how we disburse them. I completely agree that all those assets must never be returned to Russia, nor should any of the assets we have frozen or confiscated from Kremlin-supporting oligarchs. We cannot let lawyers and financial institutions say that what we're doing is unprecedented and that we cannot take this money in this way and it's not the usual way that the world financial system operates. Colleagues, we've never faced this situation before, and it is time to create a whole new regime, one where all the assets go into one fund to be used for Ukrainian reconstruction and compensation. And that fund needs to be administered by an independent organisation, I believe in conjunction with the tribunal which would try Russian war criminals for their war of aggression. I'm afraid we'll never get a UN court to work, and we should do as we did at Nuremberg, set up a special international tribunal specifically for this unique Russian war of aggression. I think if the United States of America and major countries in Europe and the Council of Europe agree to do it, then nothing can stop it from working. Otherwise, I'm afraid we'll have lawyers arguing for the next 20 years on some semi-Ukrainian international court, which will never happen or never work. Far too many organisations and lawyers are looking at the current systems to see how Russia can be made to pay both financially and for its war crimes. Current international legal systems cannot do it, and that's why it is vital that we create a new independent international tribunal of willing countries who will take on the responsibility of prosecuting Russian war criminals and paying out for Ukrainian reconstruction and victim compensation. But of course, reconstruction of Ukraine is not just buildings and power stations, it is people and their way of life, which will also need rebuilding. Putin is happily letting tens of thousands of Russian soldiers die, knowing that he can have more bodies alive at the end than Ukraine. He can win in the body count, if not with the technology. So whilst I welcome this report, let us not think we've now solved the problem. The message needs to go out to Russia that they will never get a cent or ruble of their money back, and we'll try to take more of it where we can find it. And finally, colleagues, let us send the same message to Putin and his generals, which the United Kingdom, the USA and Soviet Union issued to the Nazi leadership on the 1st of December 1943. We said, we give you full warning that we will pursue you to the utmost ends of the earth in order that justice to be done, unquote. Then, when we defeat Putin, colleagues, we can start to reconstruct Ukraine. Thank you.
I give now the floor to Yevgenia Kravchuk, who will speak on behalf of ALDE. Yevgenia.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, friends. Thank you, our rapporteurs. And I'm so honored to welcome from ALDE Group, Speaker of Ukrainian Parliament, Ruslan Stefanchuk, with such powerful speech, and to hear these Ukrainian words from this high tribune is priceless. And thank you for listening to this, and I hope you heard everything and will take it back home. But coming to the resolution, we vote a lot of resolutions in this assembly, and you have to understand that it does influence the situation. On April the 2nd, the register of damage was opened to the public. And only in the first week, 1,000 of Ukrainians filed the application for their lost apartment or house. It might be even the apartment or house that you saw when you visited Kyiv Oblast or Kharkiv Oblast. And you know how many thousands we expect in this category? Up to 600,000. But it's just the first category. It will be the categories for those who lost their loved ones, who were sexually harassed and raped, who were deported, who were put to prison in Russian Federation. It's going to be infrastructure, it's going to be ecology, it's going to be cultural heritage. And it will be up to 8 million of claims. Can you imagine the number? But what comes next? That is a very important step, because if we do not do the step 2 and 3, it's going to be another register of Russian war crimes. So we do need to establish the comprehensive mechanism. We need to establish the international trust. We need to transfer the Russian assets, these 300 billion, to this trust, so it will be paid to Ukraine and to those who really deserve for justice. And I thank this assembly that we are putting forward this issue. But also, I would like to address you as a person that wakes up in the middle of the night because of another missile attack. From the beginning of this year, Russia fired more than 1,000 of missiles, more than 2,800 Shahed drones that they did together with Iran. And you know what is the biggest fear? Not the sounds, not the destruction. The fear is that we are running out of missiles in our air defense, that Russians will be just destroying without any possibility from us to defend. So I ask you to go to your countries, to ask your governments why they do not send more air defense to Ukraine. We need at least 25 Patriot systems to cover the whole Ukraine, and 7 urgently needed now, and only 1 promised right now by Germany. Thank you very much, Germany, for this. So let's be honest. We need to save lives. We need to save more of infrastructure that is being destroyed every day, every night, and we need this defense now. And of course, please support all the amendments, and please support this historical resolution. Thank you.
On behalf of United European Left, Andreas Uneland.
Thank you, President. The imperialistic invasion of Ukraine from the far-right ultra-nationalist Russian government is an atrocity and violation of international law. Every day, Ukrainians die defending their freedom. Ukrainians are victims of war crimes every minute, every hour, every day. This war can end immediately if Putin would want it to end. But this doesn't happen, because the Russian regime shows extraordinary contempt for all life, contempt for Ukrainian lives, contempt for Russian lives, and no respect for international law whatsoever. That is why we must continue to stand together in solidarity with the Ukrainian people who are fighting not only for the survival of their country and their people, but also for our democratic security and the values of freedom and human rights. We must continue to increase the pressure on the Russian regime and to show that breaking international law comes with a high cost. That is why this resolution is important. It is about holding Russia financially responsible for its crimes. The Council of Europe should play a significant role in supporting the reconstruction of Ukraine by recommending the seizure of Russian state assets and their use in support of the reconstruction of Ukraine. This course of action would pursue a threefold objective: strengthening Ukraine, ensuring that accountability of the Russian Federation, and deterring against any other future aggression. Though money can never bring back the many lives lost in the war, money can contribute to the reconstruction of a free and peaceful Ukraine. It is important that the establishment of such a practice is legitimate under international law, as we anticipate this to create a precedent that can and should be used also in similar situations towards other countries whenever relevant. President, let's not have double standards. Double standards will only undermine our strength and credibility. A good example is how a number of Western countries have been crystal clear about Russia's crimes, but have been absent in holding Israel accountable for its crimes against the Palestinian people. It is therefore good that we now state clearly that the principle of financial responsibility for war crime is something we will use every opportunity to secure. This resolution sends a strong signal from our Assembly that we support the work to ensure that Russia is held financially responsible for its crimes, and that we will use all the tools we have to ensure that the funds benefit Ukraine. Thank you.
On behalf of the Socialists, Mrs. Marietta Karamanli.
Monsieur le Président.
President, colleagues, rapporteurs. In 2014 and then in 2022, Russia attacked a sovereign European country without any legitimate reason and in violation of international law. Ukraine resisted and her European Western allies have supported her. The report that we're considering on the reconstruction of Ukraine, the role of the Council of Europe, proposes a certain number of avenues to explore to ensure proper and just compensation for the damage caused by the aggressor. I think there are three observations that need to be said. The sanctions imposed on Russia by the United States, the EU, and a number of the states that we represent, all opposed to the war against Ukraine. These sanctions are beginning to make a dent in its economy and erode it in the longer term. But Russia, of course, is the world's ninth leading economy and a supplier, an essential supplier of energy and other raw materials. So it's illusory to believe that sanctions alone would immediately bring Russia to her knees and put an end to the war. The report deals with the principles of an international compensation mechanism based on international collegiality, collective controls, and a claims assessment based on solidarity. This is positive, therefore, and requires the support of a maximum number of member states and a number of international organizations, such as the EU, looking into legal ways and means of administering Russia's assets so that they will generate revenue which could then be used in order to contribute to fund Ukraine. So above and beyond the legal risk, but that I think is offset by the growing legitimacy of collective action within the context of the Council of Europe, there is a risk in terms of financial stability, but I think it's minimum. We should recall that the dollar, the yen, and the euro are reserve currencies, much sought after by other countries when it comes to diversifying their own currency reserves. So they're traded to a large extent and much sought after. So the freezing of Russian assets hasn't led to any sense of panic. Their use, therefore, should have a similar effect. But I think we need to carefully gauge the risks so that they can be circumscribed. Thirdly, I think we need to work out a multi-annual investment plan for Ukraine on Ukrainian territory. For Ukraine, its future lies in the prospect of European Union membership. Its candidacy was approved in June 2022. The European Commission, on the 8th of November 2023, published an opinion in favour of opening negotiations. 6 other countries in the Western Balkans have already started negotiations with the EU, but may turn in the future to other countries, Russia, China. These are not so much economic competitors, but we're talking about rival systems in terms of a European system. So I think these two issues probably need to be considered together. I think, therefore, we need to be attentive to these issues and start thinking seriously about a multi-annual investment program for Ukraine. We need to be thinking along the lines of a sort of a civil material facilities or infrastructure rather than strategic material infrastructure, so that we can further tie in Ukraine within other European countries in order to ensure mobility, training within the region and guarantee coordinated and safe development. In so doing, we'll not only be rebuilding Ukraine, we'll be reshaping a common future. The Council of Europe, born of the war, is called upon to ensure peace and respect for the law, and therefore we cannot not look at the aftermath of war and the conditions, therefore, most propitious for coordinated reconstruction effort. We fully support this report, and we would like to go even further.
Ευχαριστώ, Marietta. On behalf of the EPP Group, Mr. Pablo Hispan. Pablo, you have to press the button. You cannot listen to you. Please press the button or change mic.
Okay. Gracias, señor presidente.
Thank you very much indeed, President. First of all, I should like to congratulate the author of the report. Europe is once again living through the drama of war, and Russia's invasion of Ukraine, as the Council of Europe has said repeatedly, is an unjust and illegal war, constitutes a violation of the rights, principles and values enshrined in the European Convention on Human Rights. And as such, Putin has not only attacked Ukraine, but all of us who believe in freedom, democracy, and a rules-based international order. And that is why we cannot simply look to winning the war as quickly as possible, but we also have to shoulder our responsibility. We should focus on defeating Russia. We should spare no efforts in doing so. It will take as long as it takes, and we have to be fully committed to that, using all means available to us, because Ukraine obviously has to fight militarily on the battlefield, but at the same time, it has to win the war behind the front lines. We have to support the country economically, to rebuild infrastructure, to pay pensioners, to fund public services, health, education, and energy. And we have to continue doing so until Russia is defeated. This is also part of the war effort. We have to do everything within our power, and we have to cooperate along with the EU. There are about $300 billion available. These are assets which Russia holds, most of them in Europe and in Belgium. And these assets, of course, are earning interest. And so we should not await the end of the law to hold Russia accountable for the damage it has caused. The group that I represent, the EPP, supports the report. We believe that we should have a rigorous procedure, one which avoids any kind of a discretionary approach, and have a mechanism for channeling these funds to rebuild the parts of the country being damaged. And Russia should start paying as of now. This report strikes the right balance. It takes account of the reliability of the international financial system, legal rigor, as well as common sense. Russia needs to be aware that there will not be a repeat of Munich. Putin needs to know that Europe has learned from the mistakes of appeasement, and these assets must be used to remediate some of the pain and the damage that has been caused. That is our stated intention. We have the moral high ground. We also have legal security. Russia has to pay for what is done. This would just be a first step, making sure that we again defend the values and principles for which this institution stands. Slava Ukraini.
Thank you, Pablo. I now give the floor to Lord George Fulks.
Mr. President, I too want to warmly welcome this really excellent report on reconstruction in Ukraine. However, like Evgeny Kravchuk, I want to remind us all that we need to do a great deal more before we are ready to do that, to make sure that Ukraine wins this war. And we need to supply more arms and more defensive systems as quickly as possible, and overcome all the reservations and inhibitions which are protecting, particularly some members of this Council of Europe, from doing that. The Ukrainians are fighting, the Ukrainians are dying, not just in defense of Ukraine, but in defense of democracy throughout the whole of Europe. And that's why it's vital we support them. Now let's return to reparation. The United Kingdom, I'm afraid, has a particular responsibility on this. London has been the playground of Russian oligarchs for a long time. That's why it has the nickname Londongrad. And sadly, they have huge amounts of property and other assets in London. And while our Foreign Secretary, Lord Cameron, and the UK government have made some really positive statements, which I welcome, I fear that there has been delay in actually implementing them. I think they are being held back by the financial institutions worried about the City of London and its reputation and its position. And it would be entirely wrong if we were doing this to protect the financial interests of institutions that are already rich and individuals that are already rich, which would stop us going ahead with the reparation that is necessary. And I want just to mention one example that I've taken up along with others, and that is the case of Roman Abramovich, who sold Chelsea Football Club for £2.3 billion. And that was about 3 years ago. And we've been urging our Treasury to get that money released as quickly as possible, and there has been delay. There must be no more delay in transferring the assets that Abramovich made improperly to help with the reconstruction in Ukraine. Urgent action is needed. Urgent action is needed now. The European Union has thankfully at last taken some action. Now it's the opportunity for the Council of Europe to move one step further, and I think it's right that we should always move one step beyond the European Union, and let's go and do that by adopting this report.
Next is Loring Naxa. Mr. Naxa.
Thank you, Mr. President, dear colleagues. Due to the Russian aggression and the ongoing war, we are facing an extremely worrying humanitarian situation in Ukraine, reacting to which Hungary has launched one of its largest humanitarian relief, rehabilitation and development operations, providing Ukraine, including refugees as well as internally displaced persons, with much needed assistance. We are receiving thousands of refugees from Ukraine on a daily basis, even today. So far, Hungary took care of even almost 1.5 million refugees. Naturally, Ukrainian children can study in our schools in their mother language. Besides granting great financial support to Hungarian and Ukrainian charity organizations that are providing aid to the Ukrainian refugees and to the Ukrainian authorities, Hungary has so far delivered a wide range of medical equipment, medical supplies, food aid, hygienic support, aid to local water management capacities, fuel and ambulance cars. So we will continue the largest humanitarian relief program. Last week, we signed the agreement with the Ukrainian government to open a new border crossing point at the Hungarian-Ukrainian border. We are also actively involved in the reconstruction of Ukraine and have already taken many initiatives. We started different projects already, such as the reconstruction of schools, medical facilities, etc. These are projects under construction today. We consider it important that the reconstruction takes place with respect for the Lugano principles and the continuation of reforms, including the protection of the rights of national minorities. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Oleksiy Goncharenko is next.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. President. You know, we're speaking now about reconstruction of Ukraine, but it looks like a wishful thinking. Till the end of this debate, one more Ukrainian village or town will be destroyed by Russians, destroyed completely to the rubble. So let us have an honest and fair and pragmatic talk. You know, for years I was addressing this assembly and Ukraine was addressing the whole world, speaking about values. But it looks like not everybody here and in the world are really interested in these values. So now I want to address to those who are not interested in values, but I know one thing you are interested in: money. It's all about money. And I want to address to you, and that's true. When Ukrainian agricultural production is stopped on the borders of Europe, it's not about values, right? Ukrainian farmers pay by their blood to produce this, to feed the world, and then it's stopped. It's not about values. When Ukrainian steel is stopped because of some ecological reasons, it's not because of values. It's because of money. And I want to speak about money with you. In Ukraine, we say greedy pays twice. This time, greedy will pay not twice, but 10 times. Just I am showing you examples. Several days ago, one of the biggest Ukrainian power grid stations was destroyed by Russian missiles because Ukrainian air defense lacked 4 missiles to stop Russian attack. There were 11 Russian missiles, 7 were intercepted because we had missiles in air defense to do this, and 4 were not because we were on 0 missiles already. And that station, which cost hundreds of millions, was destroyed because 4 missiles were lacking. Who will pay for this? So for the first time. Second thing, who will pay if the Russian aggression will continue? They will destroy our power grid. They will continue moving on Ukrainian territory. And millions of Ukrainians will run away to Europe. Who will pay for this? This will cost tens of billions of euros to support these people in your country. Isn't it wiser now to help us to save these people inside the country? The second time. The third time, coming to you. It's really wise, I think, but it's not done. We are asking now for very simple things. Tell me, for what and from what dozens of Patriots, some T, NASAM systems are protecting European sky right now? Why they are not in Ukraine, where we really need them? We ask just for 7 Patriots, 7. Please do this right now, because European peaceful sky is protected not by dozens of American Patriots, but because European peaceful sky is protected by hundreds of thousands of Ukrainian patriots, men and women, who took weapons in their hands and fighting 24/7 to protect their countries and your security. Thank you very much.
Next is Mr. Hubert Büchel.
Thank you, Mr. President. Dear colleagues, although Mr. Stefanchuk already left, I'd like to thank him for his exceptional speech.
He will
and
be back.
his
He will be back.
inspiring. Yeah, good. I also like to thank Mr. Basha for preparing this excellent report and for his important work. The Council of Europe condemned Russia's war of aggression against Ukraine in the strongest terms from the outside and expressed its full solidarity with Ukraine. Words were followed by deeds. From the exclusion of Russia to the cooperation of the register of injuries at the beginning of this month, the Council of Europe has immediately stood up for Russia's accountability and justice for Ukraine. Russia has an international obligation to compensate Ukraine for the damages resulting from the aggression. The register of damages is an important first step in this direction. A second step must be the establishment of a compensation mechanism. Many questions regarding the confiscation and use of frozen assets, unfortunately, are still unresolved and are the subject of ongoing discussion at several levels. Compliance with rules of law and standard is essential and has to be clarified before we take concrete steps to establish a compensation mechanism. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mrs. Jensen. Now the floor goes to, no, thank you, Mr. Buchel, sorry. Now the floor goes to Mr. Jensen, Mrs. Jensen, Mr. Jensen.
Thank you, Mr. President. Dear colleagues, Russia's unacceptable and aggressive war against Ukraine has unfortunately now lasted for 2 years. 2 years of unimaginable suffering for the Ukrainian people who are still defending their country and their culture with incredible fighting spirit and strength. But unfortunately, we are now also experiencing, in some places, a waning interest in the war. Other conflicts arise and take attention, and even though the war constantly affects the development of society in many places when it comes to, for example, energy supply and food supply, the interests also from the media decreases. But dear colleagues, that must not happen. We have to, and not at least here in the Council of Europe, we have to stick to massive and unconditional support for the Ukrainian people's encouraged fight against the injustice and the violence. This applies, of course, to the current fight in the battlefields, where Ukraine must have the necessary help to beat Russia back. But it, of course, also applies to the reconstruction that follows. Here, too, we have to show unconditional solidarity and make sure that Russia will pay for and be held accountable for the monstrous destruction they are behind. Therefore, of course, we have to give full support for Mr. Bashir's important resolution and thus support the establishment of an international compensation mechanism and support that the Council of Europe member states and non-member states' assets should actively cooperate in the prompt transfer of these frozen assets to this mechanism, and support the creation of the International Trust Fund where all Russian state assets held by Council of Europe members and non-member states will be deposited. And of course, the establishment of an impartial and effective International Claims Commission. Ukraine keeps fighting, and have no doubt about it, we are with you. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much. Mr. Lopatka, the floor is now yours.
Dear colleagues, since day one of Russia's brutal war of aggression against Ukraine, the Council of Europe has stood in solidarity with Ukraine. And we all agree that we have to continue to support Ukraine as long as it is necessary. The courage and resilience of the Ukrainian people are unbroken, and our support for Ukraine have to remain strong. Our full support for the Ukrainian government and its people is the best answer we can give in days like this to this Russian aggression. One man has the power to end this war. He can do it today or tomorrow, Russia's President Putin. If Ukraine stops fighting, it will be the end of the country. It will be the beginning of slavery for the people. That is a fact we have to see. Therefore, we fully support the European Peace Facility to provide self-defense assistance to Ukraine. We also welcome the fact that support for Ukraine is financially secured for the coming years through the establishment of the Ukrainian facility. We must continue to close loopholes to prevent circumvention of sanctions. In this regard, outreach to third countries such as China or Central Asian countries is necessary. Although Russia's actions have been condemned by more than 140 states in UN, we have to see that this does not automatically result in participation in our sanction system. The Council of Europe has shown leadership in setting up the register of damage caused by the aggression of the Russian Federation against Ukraine as a first step towards establishing a comprehensive system of accountability of the Russian Federation for its acts of mass destruction. And therefore, I am thankful for this discussion and the idea of an international compensation mechanism. It is important to show with our resolution support for the reconstruction of Ukraine, our ongoing and unwavering commitment for the Ukrainian people. Yes, we have to think also in these days in the midst of the war of reconstruction, because only a strong Ukraine will be a strong member of the European Union.
Thank you very much. And now Mr. Thibault François. The floor is yours, but doesn't seem to be here. No, he's not here. So, Mr. Christophe Chelot, the floor is yours.
Monsieur le Président.
President, colleagues, as a number of speakers have already said, the war of aggression being waged by the Russian Federation against Ukraine for over 2 years now was preceded by annexation of territory in violation of all of the rules and principles of international law. We heard from the Speaker of the Verkhovna Rada earlier on, and we can only bear witness to the resilience of the Ukrainian people and its leaders, who have our full support. And we, of course, wish to stand shoulder to shoulder with the population that has suffered enormous damage, and that would include all the damage that has been done to energy infrastructure in recent weeks as a result of the massive bombing operations carried out by the Russian Federation. Over 6 million people have had to leave their country, travel to neighboring countries, which is the biggest migration of people since the Second World War. I am delighted that our Human Rights Commissioner, Michael O'Flaherty, will be paying his first visit to Ukraine so as to continue to document the violations of human rights committed by the Russian Federation. That is a sign of the Council of Europe's unwavering commitment to Ukraine since day one. Now, this afternoon, our rapporteurs submitted text to us positing the creation of an international compensation mechanism under the auspices of the Council of Europe, which would provide compensation to people whose property has been destroyed and would also promote the reconstruction of the country's infrastructure. And this mechanism would cover both physical or individuals and legal entities as potential applicants, and the compensation fund would be fed by the transfer of frozen Russian assets amounting to close to 300 billion euro. I can only support these initiatives. They are perfectly in keeping with the Reykjavik Declaration, although, of course, we will have to clarify certain aspects of international law. The Legal Affairs Committee is looking particularly closely at these aspects because, according to the principle of international law, when a state is held accountable for unlawful acts, it is bound to compensate for the damage that has been caused. Very much aware, of course, that the Russian Federation, of course, will struggle to compensate for the damage that has been caused by its actions in Ukraine. It is not party to international dispute settlement mechanisms, and that is why we do need to put in place dedicated compensation mechanisms which are fully respectful of international law and the principles of the Convention. Our credibility is at stake, and I think that an international compensation mechanism should fall under the aegis of an impartial international commission, which we very much support. Thank you.
Goes to Mr. Sobolev. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. President, dear colleagues. I want to ask very honestly one question. Why do we need this report, this resolution, these recommendations? Somebody say that it's a message to Putin, this bloody dictator, in order to show just for him what it will be if he will not stop. Of course, it's a message for all other bloody dictators that had to see what will be if we will make all our work unanimously. What we had to do and why we need this report. I think that we need to answer the first question. Yes, we are the best organization that did a lot. The restore of damages. We did the great work for international tribunal. But honestly, where we can find this money? Of course, our taxpayers in Ukraine, in Europe, had to pay in order to protect Ukrainians. But first of all, who had to pay for this? Of course, Russian bloody regime. And we are still discussing in European Union, in other organizations, what money we can use for this, or only percentage from Russian assets, or we can use all this property, the property of oligarchs, all of other Russians. You can only imagine when the people from Mariupol, Melitopol, Berdyansk, Donetsk, Lugansk, who are now here in Europe, are watching this property of common Russians. And they know that in their own cities, thanks to Russians, they do not have even small apartment where to live. Or Russians confiscated this, as they did this for the last years. Second question, very important. From what time we had to do this? Only from February of 22? Of course not. We have war for 10 years. For 10 years from the beginning of 14. And it's very important that in our amendments we stress this, that this compensation mechanism will work from 14. But all these questions, it's nothing besides one question. How we can now protect Ukraine? The only way is to get amount of money for the protection of our air, for the protection of our territory, and we can do enough thanks to our parliaments, thanks to our own position for this. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sobolyev. Mr. Onkonen is up to you, the floor.
Monsieur le Président.
President, colleagues, today we are discussing a very important and a very topical report, and I would like to thank the rapporteur, Mr. Bashar, for his excellent work on our support to Ukraine in its reconstruction. The Council of Europe acted decisively since Russia launched its brutal war of aggression against Ukraine and the Ukrainian people in 2022. The war has led to the loss of many innocent lives, but also has caused considerable damage to both private and public infrastructure in Ukraine. It is necessary, therefore, that the war criminals be held accountable for their criminal acts. According to what I hear, the register of damage inflicted upon Ukraine is now operational, and it has given rise to hope amongst Ukrainians that it will be possible to right wrongs and to seek compensation for war damage. The register of damage is a historic opening, and thanks to modern technology, through the register, there will be a database of the war damage inflicted with a view to establishing liability. The Council of Europe has made an extremely important contribution to the establishment of the register, and it is also grounds for hope in terms of victims of future conflicts. Our Assembly must continue to give its full support to use of the register, because it is thanks to this register of damage that we will be able to lay the foundation for establishing Russia's liability in terms of the damage caused. Of course, no sum of money will bring back lost lives, but we can establish liability in terms of violation of international law. Shouldering such a responsibility is the task of the international community. In other words, that is our responsibility. And the better we can support such an idea, the better we will be able to prevent similar acts in the future. The Council of Europe must therefore work hard in order to establish a compensatory mechanism for damage caused by Russia. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Now the floor goes to Mrs. Turk-Nachbaur. The floor is yours.
Ja, vielen Dank, Herr Präsident.
Thank you very much indeed, President. Colleagues, I should like to thank my colleagues, Luzim Bashar, for the report and also the supportive words of Ivo Stier. This is an issue which we've been extremely determined in the Council of Europe, and we're going to have to redouble our efforts in all of our member states, because Russia's war of aggression, contrary to international law, against Ukraine is leading to death, misery and suffering. Thousands of documented cases of torture, inhuman treatment and sexual violence, and widespread destruction of homes and critical infrastructure across the whole country, as well as huge economic damage. And the Russian Federation seems to be targeting the energy supply right now. Electricity, grids and gas tanks. Putin's thugs seem to want to wreak a maximum possible damage, but they have to pay for this damage. Now, it would cost about 450 billion euro right now to rebuild Ukraine. This is an estimate by the UN, and there's no question that at the end of the day, Russia must be made to pay. But quite when and how Russia pays is what we have to determine. That is why we need to show international solidarity. Setting up this register of damage for Ukraine is the first step in this direction, in order to make sure that we guarantee justice as well as compensation for Ukraine and her people. Because we know that reconstruction will take generations, and the Ukrainian people are currently doing what they can for their country, and we must not allow them to lose heart. And we in Germany support the reconstruction of the country on the way to a free and European Ukraine. And we have about 200 municipal partnerships, and many individual citizens and municipalities are already actively supporting the country where they are needed. But Ukraine needs more weapons in order to survive this war, and the country has to remain economically viable. That is why our Ministry for Economic Cooperation and Development has put in place a platform for the reconstruction of Ukraine, and this is a point of contact. So have mayors or engineers, doctors or psychologists, or even Ukrainians in German. That is their first port of call. It is supposed to act as a forum for networking and information, and German stakeholders and their Ukrainian partners can organize specialist conferences as well as forums for dialogue or workshops on reconstruction. And in June, Berlin will be hosting the Ukraine Recovery Conference, and we are hoping for some really significant decisions at that event. Let's not leave Ukraine all by itself. It's important that we make Russia pay for the invasion and that we strengthen the rule of law.
Now the floor goes to Mrs. Olena Komenko. The floor is yours.
Ladies and gentlemen, first of all, I thank the rapporteur Lulslim Basha for this important report and tremendous job done. Reconstruction is indeed the issue of great concern for the Ukrainians today. While enduring regular Russia's missile and drone attacks on our homes and infrastructure, we always think of how we will rebuild everything. Not once this brutal war ends, but the sooner the better, as the destruction brings not only financial losses, but homes destroyed, industries halted, fields barren, and lights dimmed across the whole country. Russia's air terror against Ukraine has increased significantly over the last months. Russia launches missiles and drones of all types at residential areas, primarily targeting critical civilian infrastructure. It also drops massive guided aerial bombs on Kharkiv, Sumy, and other regions. What is more, Russia deliberately bombs Ukrainian energy infrastructure using ballistic missiles. Last week, Russia attacked Tripilia thermal power plant in the Kiev region with 11 missiles, 7 of which Ukraine was able to destroy, and 4 of which hit the target simply because the air defense system ran out of missiles to shoot them down. These 4 missiles destroyed 100% of generation of the thermal power plant, which was the largest supplier of electricity to 3 regions of Ukraine. Well, the good news is that Tripila TPP can be rebuilt with the help of international partners. The bad news is that without proper air defense, it will be useless. Thus, it is time we remind ourselves that not only compensation is needed, but also a massive military support to stop the aggression. Ukraine urgently needs air defense, and there is currently no other place for patriots to be. The mechanisms proposed in the resolution echo our collective conviction that accountability and reparations are indispensable to the restoration of peace and justice. The innovative suggestion to use frozen assets as surety for the payment of reparations is the creative and determined approach we must adopt to support Ukraine's recovery. It is high time to make a step forward towards the establishment of a comprehensive compensation mechanism as championed by the Council of Europe. By seizing and utilizing Russian state assets, we not only hold the aggressor accountable, but also channel crucial resources towards rebuilding a democratic, resilient Ukraine. Last but not least, let us not lose sight of the humanitarian cost of this conflict. Every moment we delay, Ukrainian society is further torn by destruction, displacing more lives, deepening poverty, and escalating food security risks. Let us be brave and unite our efforts, dear colleagues, because inaction is now equal to complicity in the face of impunity and injustice. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Now, Monsieur Alain Milon, the floor is yours.
Monsieur le Président.
President, colleagues, I would like to begin by thanking our colleagues for their very enlightening report. For more than 2 years now, the Russian Federation has been waging a war of aggression against Ukraine, flouting the principles and values which are those of this organization. Our organization reacted rapidly by excluding the Russian Federation, and I salute that decision. But behind the geographical shrinkage of our organization, I like to think that we're gaining in terms of coherence through the Reykjavik Declaration, stating that our states are united around our values. But of course, we have to be prepared to stand our ground in the longer term, as we were able to do the last January session, suspending participation of Azerbaijan in our work. Nor am I forgetting that this discussion comes at a very difficult juncture for Ukraine, that is having to face massive attacks by the Russian Federation. The country's infrastructure is being targeted and damage is considerable. According to the Kiev economy faculty, the damage caused to infrastructure amounts to some $150 billion. And of course, this destruction has serious consequences for the Ukrainian population, whose resilience I salute. Given the importance of such destruction, we need to consider a program for the reconstruction of Ukraine, and we need to find solutions in order to fund or finance that program. The draft resolution presented by our colleagues, which has to be seen within the context of the Reykjavik Declaration, proposes the establishment of an international compensation mechanism funded through to the frozen assets of the Russian state, held by states, be they members of the Council of Europe or not. I would like to pay tribute to the detailed work carried out by our Committee on Legal Affairs and Human Rights, and that work will continue until June. The committee shares the idea that the transfer of these assets towards a trust fund or compensation fund must be considered legal in international law. According to our colleague, the fact that transfer of sovereign state assets to a compensation fund is without precedented, or the fact that it hasn't been justified in the past, doesn't mean that it is not legal in terms of the law applicable to countermeasures. That, of course, is important. Our committee has put forward other analyses complementary to those of the Legal Affairs Committee, highlighting other ways and means of seeking compensation. I think all these options need to be explored. But I would like to underscore that a first essential step is the progress made on the register of damage. It has to be operational. I think it is an area or question rather, that is one of the credibility of this organization. And having made these comments, I will of course give my support to the draft resolution and the draft recommendation which have been presented today.
Thank you very much. Now, Mr. Stéphane Bergeron, the floor is yours.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you very much indeed, President and colleagues. I will start off by saying that Ukraine has our unwavering support for its independence. I will also categorically condemn Russia's illegal invasion of the country, which quite simply is a violation of international law, and it has been going on now for over 10 years. On top of the countless instances of destruction and the loss of life, we are also seeing the insidious destruction or undermining of cultural and national life by Russian forces. There are about 300 sites of cultural importance were destroyed since February 2023. In rebuilding Ukraine, of course, we must also rebuild its identity, as destruction thereof is one of the war aims of Russia. But this is a war crime under international law. At a time where we are thinking about all of the challenges involved in rebuilding Ukraine, I think we should be particularly alive to preserving those who are witnesses to the history and culture of the country. And as our colleague said, some have already taken the initiative to freeze Russian assets, which are estimated at something in the region of $300 billion US. Now, these assets, of course, must be earmarked for rebuilding Ukraine. And on at least 2 occasions, on the 28th of April of 2022 and on the 12th of December last year, this is exactly what our Assembly said. And the European Commission on the 20th of March stated that the European Union was planning to use frozen Russian assets to transfer €3 billion per year to Ukraine. And we have a piece of legislation which is designed to put in place the tracing of the provenance and confiscation of Russian assets, but implementing these measures will be long and drawn out. And that is why this idea of compensating the Ukrainian people and making a contribution to rebuilding the country is something that we already mooted in 2023. In October, we endorsed the idea of having a register of damage, an idea that was endorsed by the Committee of Ministers just a few months later. But these efforts must be accompanied by concrete actions so as not to remain a dead letter. And that is why we have to ensure that deeds follow words. Now, to date, we have not exactly been exemplary because we have taken an awful long time in channeling assistance to the Ukrainians. But I'm delighted that this Assembly is once again calling on member states to go further in assisting the Ukrainian people, suggesting that frozen assets be channeled using the international compensation mechanism in order to compensate Ukrainian people. We also need to protect the civilian population as well as the security of the country, independence of the country, as well as preservation of democratic institutions, as well as the country's language, its identity and its culture. There are certain aspects which are covered by international law, but really the dignity and survival of a nation as a whole are at stake. Slava Ukraini.
Thank you very much. Now the floor goes to Claude Kern. Monsieur Claude Kern, the floor is yours.
Merci, Monsieur le Président, chers collègues.
Thank you, President. Colleagues, I'd like to start by congratulating our colleagues, Bashar and Stier, for their reports that encourage us to continue with our commitment towards Ukraine. The war of aggression conducted by the Russian Federation against Ukraine is a historic turning point because this is the first wide-scale invasion conducted in the 21st century. Our countries must respond firmly with determination to avoid other dictators being tempted to do something similar. And I think in that regard we can be proud of the action of the Council of Europe that shouldered its responsibility as soon as the war of aggression was unleashed by excluding the Russian Federation. I think we also should salute the resolute action in favor of support for Ukraine, in particular the initiative that consists of establishing a register of damage provoked through the war in the form of a large partial agreement announced during the Reykjavik summit. The Reykjavik Declaration stressed that the register of damage is a first important step, but that it needed to go hand in hand with other elements in order to provide a fully fledged international compensation mechanism. The declaration was an expression of the will of heads of state and government to commit to develop a distinct international instrument which could include a compensation commission and a compensation fund, while stressing the obligation of the Federation of Russia to pay for the damage caused by this war of aggression. That is the gist of the motion for resolution that has been presented to us today, which attempts to decline this ambition as expressed by heads of state and government. It proposes the establishment of an international compensation mechanism for Ukraine, established under the auspices of the Council of Europe and funded through the frozen assets of the Russian state. And I remind you that this issue of the freezing of Russian assets has been the subject of much detailed work carried out by this Assembly, conducted by former colleague André Vallini. An asset freeze has been decided on by certain member states of the Council of Europe and other non-member countries following the invasion of Ukraine in 2022 in the form of sanctions. I believe that confiscated assets should contribute to the rebuilding of Ukraine. I'd also salute the action taken by the European Union, which has established a new mechanism, a support mechanism, some 50 billion euros for the years 2024 to 2027 in order to assist Ukraine in its effort towards recovery, reconstruction, modernization. Our Legal Affairs Committee is studying the complex issues involved in the use of frozen assets, but chairs the proposals defended by the rapporteur of the Political Affairs Committee and believes that such a measure should be considered legal in the context of international law relating to state responsibility, and in particular the law relating to countermeasures. That, I think, is an important signal, a signal that would be ethical and exemplary, one that goes far beyond the Russian Federation. I support, therefore, the resolution that has been tabled.
Thank you very much. Now the floor goes to Monsieur Pierre-Alain Fridet. The floor is yours.
Merci, Monsieur le.
Thank you very much indeed, President. Colleagues, for over 2 years now, we have seen the devastating impact of the Russian aggression on the country. We've seen the destruction of many towns and cities. I mean, I still have in my mind's eye those pictures of the destruction of Mariupol. Truly dramatic. We have an enormous challenge ahead of us, and we're going to need massive financial resources. We're talking about hundreds of billions of dollars. Now, in order to drum up those kinds of sums, yes, we can try and gather those funds, but the idea, of course, is to have those who are responsible footing the bill. Now, Russia's not going to do much, so using the frozen assets, I think, is a priority, and we need to find the legal means to really use all of those assets as far as possible. And it goes without saying that I support the report, I support the conclusions in the resolution, I support our rapporteurs, Mr. Bashar and Mr. Stier, but I would like, if I may, just to focus on a more specific issue, a humanitarian aspect, which is of concern to my country. We've decided to earmark 5 billion for the reconstruction of Ukraine, and also we are funding demining in Ukraine, because we're talking about vast swathes of the country that have been contaminated, if you like, by this unexploded ordnance or mines. And once peace has been restored, for people to be able to return to these regions, they will have to be demined and decontaminated. This is humanitarian exercise on a vast scale. Now, we have developed certain methods using drones, and we have some equipment in Switzerland. Some of that equipment has already been sent to Ukraine, and they're going to make a substantial contribution. So this is a humanitarian effort, which is important. It's going to allow people to return to their homes, to allow their children to roam, and it is very important because this is something we see all too often in the wake of wars. And so this is a significant commitment on the part of my own country to allow Ukrainians to live in dignity in their country once peace has been restored. So as I say, I fully endorse this report. I hope we see an end to the fighting as soon as possible and very much hope that Ukraine will return to living in peace with other European countries.
Now, Mrs. Marija Mezentseva, the floor is yours.
Thank you, dear Chairman, dear colleagues. First of all, I would like to thank for their courage to Mr. Basha and Mr. Stier Davor, because you have produced a tremendous file which none of other institutions were capable to. And this is also the great work of the secretariats of the committees. And now, friends, we will have to be today realistic, but at the same time quite philosophical. It's not peace first. It's our common win and victory first. And I think it twisted completely the philosophy of these papers, because many of you have insisted during the revision of the amendments and the file itself that we have to start reconstructing the state of Ukraine right now. We definitely know there will be a common win for all of us, but we don't know the exact days. However, many governments of your home states are doing this reconstruction with the slogan, "Build better already today." As we have a great achievement of all of us, and it was a members of this House initiative to pass it on to the Council of Ministers, and the Register of Damaged was established only in 9 months. I don't know any other international amazing initiative which comprises more than 40 states across the globe that has such a meaningful. So I want to thank for that as well. You know, in every negativity, there should be positivity. Finally, I don't have to explain where Kharkiv is, what the people of Kharkiv and the region are suffering from, because indeed we are in the face of daily bombardments, and we don't mind to stay out of electricity for 5 or 6 hours daily for the common and good sake of democracy and freedom of our continent. But it's crucial today, colleagues, that you send this message by your positive vote to your governments that less humanitarian aid and less restoration, less funds will be spent, and if we have more real weapons and more air defense. And I want to salute every Ukrainian soldier, men and women, but also your people who are fighting together with us in International Legion for every document we have voted here, for every value we're speaking from all our heart. I truly believe that extension of war crimes, not only for material losses, but also for suffering, for sex, for violence crimes in sexual terms, for missing civilians, for every physical pain that can be transferred into, and psychological pain that can be transferred into the money, will be a fair pay to every Ukrainian who suffered this war. Thank you very much, and Slava Ukraini.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Now the floor goes to Mr. Pavlo Bakunets. The floor is yours.
Dear Mr. Chairman, dear Mr. President of Verkhovna Rada of Ukraine, dear members of the Assembly, it's a great honor for me to be here in this symbolic place where the values such as democracy, rule of law, and human rights are appreciated. First of all, I would like to express my gratitude to the reporters, especially to Mr. Basha for this report. Thank you for your work. Thank you very much. It's a good way for realization of compensation mechanism for the damage caused by Russia's aggression against Ukraine. Living in Ukraine during this war, during this full-scale invasion, and seeing damages caused by Russian missiles and Russian bombs, it's a great challenge for every Ukrainian. And now Ukrainians are defending not just our homes. Now Ukrainians are defending all Europe. And we will be successful if all Europe continue help us. Talking about Ukrainian recovery, I would like to underline the Ukrainian government expects about 8 million applications to the International Register of Damages. The key question, where is money? Where is gets funds to satisfy these requests? Here, I agree with speakers of Verkhovna Rada position. Russia must pay for the reconstruction of damage which it caused to Ukraine. First of all, by transferring frozen Russia assets to Ukraine. But it's always better to prevent a problem. So instead of looking funds to rebuild Ukraine, it's better to stop destruction. To do this, we need to help Ukraine. We need to close our sky. And now, more than ever, Ukraine needs air defense systems. We ask you for 7 Patriot systems to protect our sky. With your help, we save more important lives, lives of Ukraine, lives of every European. Thank you for your support. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Now the floor goes to Mr. Emanuelis Dingeris. The floor is yours.
Dear friends, we are here in 2024. In 1996, being the longest serving member of this assembly, I remember official Russia commitments to our assembly. One of the first points was withdraw Russian army from Transnistria, compensate victims of Gulag, Siberia, Joseph Stalin repression. More like 30 commitments. No one, mostly no one, not implemented. We are facing the fact that some of us trying to warn you during years and years that Russia is preparing to the world war against us, and they are based on their revenge. Revenge feelings about 1990, about Soviet Union, and the countries who were influenced by Soviet Union, like Warsaw Pact. They tried to restore their territories, and it was all years based on the preparation to that war. Now we have German intelligence report 2 weeks ago stated that Russia preparing their manufacturers to build more weapons like they need to kill Ukrainians, to eliminate Ukrainian children, women, and to bring Russian settlers to Ukraine. They're preparing to the other steps with their ambitions to destroy the democratic world. So how we will react? Which organizations are fulfilling the item to protect democracy? NATO and Council of Europe, and only partly United Nations. After Second World War, after League of Nations was created, United Nations. We should not create new organizations, but we should change our attitude at home. I would like to ask you, everyone, which companies are serving in every country and supplying Russian military, with the puzzles inside of Russian rockets? Which companies are avoiding sanctions? How we, every member of this parliament, will face huge, rich companies in their countries, starting from Italy, ending with Spain and Lithuania, who are avoiding sanctions and making millions of dollars together with Russia. I am just declaring that Lithuania, under Lithuanian chairmanship, after a few weeks, we will start lead Council of Europe. Our first priority to stop this cynical use of our economies, using the blood of Ukrainians and benefiting our companies. And we will establish, with your support, I hope with your massive support, second register in The Hague, register of shame, register of all crooks, of all companies who are circumvening and avoiding the sanctions. And we will see, and I hope you will be enough brave to face in every country the internal fight with your financial, part of your financial elites who are involved with Russia and benefiting from Ukrainian blood. And about our good friend Basha, I would like to say direct to you, thank you for this step forward. It's step forward. Those three last points related to establishment under auspices of Council of Europe Commission to evaluate Russia damages next to being back on our register, establishing The Hague is wonderful. And if we need changes in international law, we can actually do the same like it was done in Reykjavik. We can, Mr. Basha, dear friends, we can invite summit on the end of this year, and Lithuania is ready to invite summit of the heads of states if we need to break through and to change our attitudes and to confiscate Russia assets immediately and use immediately for rebuilding of Ukraine. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Emanuelis. Since we are running out of time, Yulia Ovchinnikova is the last speaker. Yulia.
Dear colleagues, first of all, Dear Excellency Ruslan Stefanchuk, dear Chairman, dear Rapporteur, dear Assembly. First, let me express deep gratitude to the Rapporteur, Mr. Basha, for your excellent work. With this report, PACE is proving again the global political bravery and really leadership in the fight for the rule of law, human rights, democracy, and European values. The Council of Europe plays a significant role in supporting of Ukraine, and the issues for reconstruction have been already addressed in different resolutions. But now it's good time to make next step. Forward to the concrete legal actions to establish the international compensation mechanism under the auspice of the Council of Europe, creation an international trust fund, as well as make use to the Russian assets across Europe and beyond for these purposes. And I believe this work must begin with respect to the principle for nothing about Ukraine without Ukraine. Ukraine is a unique country, as well as developing plans and strategies for recovery from war while being a state of war. We are in recovery and fight mode. For the same time, immediate reconstruction is one of the key priorities for us. Thus, preservation and restoration is not a task for distant future. It's urgent issue for today because the decision we make today will shape our country and our future generation. And I do believe the recovery should be closely aligned to the EU integration pace. Green and environmentally friendly policies should be placed for all reconstruction projects and reforms, and especially when it comes to our coming destructive impact of military action on the people's life and all living organisms. So there is no recovery in Ukraine without demining and environmental security as well. Ukraine fights every day, and every day demines its territory from enemy's shell. Only in 2023, together with international partners, they demined an area of the territory of Ukraine which equal in area of the territory, for example, is Montenegro. So, and I believe that International Trust Fund will size Russian state assets will be deposited will also be used for compensation of Ukraine restoration. But to tell the truth, what really now is one of the more difficult periods. for our fighting, period of stability of spirit and endurance. And to conclude, today PACE confirms again that shared responsibility to the international community can really make a difference in making the world safer for all. Thank you very much, dear colleagues.
Thank you, Julia. I give now the floor to Mr. Bassa, the rapporteur, to reply. Mr. Bassa, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to express my gratitude to the Speaker of the Ukrainian Parliament, who through his presence here and through his extraordinary speech has given a tremendous support and made the case ever so eloquently to support and vote the resolution and the recommendation that is today in front of you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I also have particular gratitude to express to all those who were involved in the preparation of this resolution and this recommendation, starting with the co-signatories of the motion for the resolution back in March last year, continuing with the colleagues in the Political Affairs Committee, led by our President, who I would like to thank in particular, our colleagues in the Legal Affairs Committee, and in particular the Rapporteur, Davor Ivo Stier, and also very special thanks to the Secretariat of the Political Affairs Committee, in particular to Sonia Sirtori and Cesare Colombo, and to all the staff that was involved in the tremendous work that it took to make this case before you. Now it lays before you. I am encouraged by the unanimous support that was demonstrated throughout the debate by the members of the Assembly, from all political forces and parliamentary groups present in this Assembly, representing 46 member states, speaking with a united voice and a joint resolution and one common purpose, providing the kind of strategic depth and clarity that is most needed in the face of what was reconfirmed today in very emotional terms by the speech of the Speaker of the Ukrainian Parliament. That strategic depth takes form and shape also in the decisions that we take today, in the requests that we present to the Committee of Ministers. And I take this opportunity to thank my colleague Emanuelis Zingeris for the kind offer on behalf of the soon incoming Lithuanian presidency to expedite the process. And I hope that the other members of the Committee of Ministers will take this opportunity to follow through with the establishment in the same fashion, in a similar fashion as the Register of Damages, of the international compensation mechanism. But first things first. Now we have to put this to a vote. And I am convinced that we are here to send a powerful message. The Council of Europe will stand here together. This Parliamentary Assembly will send a powerful message to the aggressor and to the coalition of allies, not just supporting Ukraine, but supporting our way of life, our values. And that message will not simply be the erection of these institutions, but the unquestionable resolve to stand together and to stand with Ukraine until Russia is defeated unconditionally. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Bassa. Monsieur le Président de la Commission, Monsieur Buric.
And now the Chair of the Committee, Mr. Buric, would you like to respond? If so, you have 3 minutes. Thank you very much. Thank you, President. Honourable colleagues, the report that we address today, the report tabled by Mr. Bassa, is of the utmost importance. Indeed, the Assembly really must remain vigilant regarding Russia's responsibility for these reprehensible and destructive acts it has committed. It is against all of our values, and it's been going on in Ukraine since 2014. The creation of the Register of Damage caused by the aggression by the Russian Federation against Ukraine is a first step on this trajectory. The Council of Europe now must show increased leadership, and we must be in the vanguard when it comes to the creation of an international compensation mechanism. On behalf of our committee, I would like to take this opportunity to commend the rapporteur, Mr. Basha, on his remarkable work. In the preparation of this report, the committee held a hearing in January 2024. We had experts at that hearing, and they clarified a number of aspects that had to do with appeals and countermeasures. The committee has supported Mr. Basha throughout this whole journey, up until the unanimous adoption of both the draft resolution and draft recommendation. May I take this opportunity also to thank Mr. Stier, who was Rapporteur for Opinion, thank him for his very useful comments both to the committee and to our Rapporteur, Mr. Basha. And most importantly, I would really like to extend thanks to our honoured guest, the Speaker of the Verkhovna Rada, Mr. Stefanchuk. Thank you for being here with us today. Thank you for being here, and rest assured, Mr. Stefanchuk, that our committee and the whole Parliamentary Assembly will continue to work for Ukraine. Thank you.
So, thank you all. The Committee on Political Affairs and Democracy has presented a draft resolution and a draft recommendation. It is a document under the number 15932, to which 10 amendments have been tabled. They will be taken in the order in which they appear in the compendium. I remind you that speeches on amendments are limited to 30 seconds. I understand that the chairperson of the Committee on Political Affairs and Democracy wishes to propose to the Assembly that all 9 amendments to the draft resolution, which were unanimously approved by the Committee, should be declared as agreed by the Assembly. Is that so, Mr. Buric?
Yes, that's correct, President.
Checked. As there is no objection, I declare that all the amendments to the draft resolution have been agreed. So we will now proceed to vote on the draft resolution contained in document 15932 as amended. The vote is open. The vote is closed. I call the result to be displayed. So it is obvious that the draft resolution in document 15932 as amended is unanimously adopted. I understand that the chairperson of the Committee on Political Affairs and Democracy wishes to propose to the Assembly that Amendment 5 to the draft recommendation, which was unanimously approved by the committee, should be declared as agreed by the Assembly. Is that so, Mr. Buric?
Yes, that is correct, President.
As there is no objection, I declare that Amendment 5 to the draft recommendation has been agreed. We will now proceed to vote on the draft recommendation contained in document 15932 as amended. I remind you that a two-thirds majority is required. The vote is open. The vote is closed. I call for the result to be displayed. The draft recommendation in document 15932 as amended is adopted unanimously. Dear colleagues, the ballots for the election of 3 judges to the European Court of Human Rights is still open. Those who have not yet voted may still do so by going to the foyer in front of the hemicycle. The vote closes at 6 p.m. Now, we will have a 5-minute break and we'll be back in 5 minutes to discuss the next item. Dear colleagues, please be seated. Dear colleagues, the next item of business this afternoon is the debate on the report titled Application by Kosovo for Membership of the Council of Europe. The documents under the numbers 15958 and 15957, presented by Mrs. Dora Bakoyannis on behalf of the Committee on Political Affairs and Democracy. We will then hear from Mrs. Azadeh Royan, who will present an opinion on behalf of the Committee on Legal Affairs and Human Rights under the document 15964. We will also then hear from Mrs. Beatriz Fresco-Rolfo, who will present an opinion on behalf of the Committee on Equality and Non-Discrimination, document under the number 15965. In order to finish by 8 p.m., I will interrupt the list of speakers at about 7:10 p.m. to allow time for the reply and the vote. I call now Mrs. Bakoyannis, the rapporteur. Dear Dora, you have 7 minutes now and 3 minutes at the end to reply to the debate. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Dear colleagues, for the next couple of hours, we will be touching upon a deeply complicated issue, entrenched with particularities and nuances we might have never faced before in the Parliamentary Assembly. But again, this very reason might be precisely why there could be no better place to discuss this issue than here. This year, the Council of Europe celebrates 75 years of existence. For the last 75 years, the Council of Europe and its Parliamentary Assembly protect and promote human rights, democracy and rule of law in Europe and beyond. Our aim has been to create a solid, safe zone in which all European citizens would have the chance to take shelter when their rights were violated or suppressed. It was with those principles that I approached the report we are voting on today, as appointed rapporteur to the request of the Committee of Ministers for the Assembly's opinion to Kosovo's application. 301 days, 2 fact-finding visits, 4 different sessions of information updates to the members of the committee, and more than a dozen meetings across Europe later, I'm standing before you with the confidence that no stone was left unturned in the preparation of this report. As requested by the Committee of Ministers, this report is dedicated to the assessment of human rights, democracy, and rule of law in the region. Since the very beginning, I have been adamant that the report will take no stand on statehood. The recognition or non-recognition is and shall remain a prerogative of states. With that in mind, allow me to provide you with a brief overview of my work with the invaluable support of the committee's secretariat. On their report, which was submitted to the Assembly's Bureau on the 17th of November 2023, the eminent lawyers stated that despite significant shortcomings in the implementation, Kosovo's legal rules are generally in line with international standards. Kosovo can be regarded as a functioning parliamentary democracy with strong guarantees for the independence of the judiciary and fundamental rights and freedoms entrenched in the Constitution. The lawyers mentioned that the extension of the jurisdiction of the European Court of Human Rights to Kosovo would contribute considerably to the improvement of respect of human rights. As a result, from a legal standpoint, Kosovo complied stricto sensu with the basic requirements of the accession to the Council of Europe. Nevertheless, given the worrisome and on many fronts deteriorating situation of human rights in Kosovo, especially with regards to minority rights, I wanted to ensure that the authorities in Pristina are prepared to proceed with the essential reforms for the effective protection of all Kosovan citizens. I identified three main outstanding issues on which urgent action was needed, namely, the implementation of Kosovo's Constitutional Court decision on the Visoki Dečani monastery, the illegal land expropriations of the Serbian minority properties, and the establishment of the Association of Serb-Majority Municipalities. Throughout my engagement with the file, the entirety of relevant international stakeholders, from state representatives to NGOs and region experts, warned me that no progress is to be expected in any of the aforementioned issues. Yet, through consistent and persistent work, endorsed by the unwavering support of the political committee, real progress has been made. I stand today before you proudly to inform you that the Parliamentary Assembly has managed to resolve what was identified by the eminent lawyers as the most important case of rule of law violation in Kosovo. The implementation of the decision by Kosovo's highest court, pending since 2016, which restored the property of the most important Serbian Orthodox monastery in the region, represents a great victory for the rule of law, the property rights of Serbs, and the religious rights of a minority community. And it was celebrated as such by the abbot of the monastery, the Serb Father Sava. In contrast to the case of monastery, the issue of land expropriations is a process. No single act can ensure the effective protection of minority communities from illegal land expropriations. This is why we committed Kosovo to ensure that expropriations are conducted in the strictest respect of the law and that any future legislation in this area will be fully in compliance with their constitution, including with regard to the protection of the properties of the Serbian Orthodox Church. This commitment, together with a long list of Council of Europe conventions, is now signed by the authorities of Pristina. As a result, in case the Committee of Ministers decides to accept Kosovo's membership, any case of illegal expropriation of land will be subject to the control of the European Court of Human Rights. Finally, allow me a couple of words on the Association of Serb-Majority Municipalities, which is probably the most important open question of minority rights in Kosovo and a major point of friction between Pristina and Belgrade. Since the very beginning, I made clear that I regard the establishment of the association as a unilateral domestic issue of Kosovo, which impacts only Kosovan citizens. With that in mind, I put every effort towards its materialization. Unfortunately, this issue could not be negotiated in a vacuum. This is because since 2013, the establishment of the association has been the cornerstone of the EU-facilitated dialogue between Belgrade and Pristina. In fact, the recent Ohrid Agreement of 2023 explicitly mentions that any negotiations for the establishment must take place, and I quote, within the EU-facilitated dialogue. As a result, the association is regrettably out of reach for the moment, even if the Committee of Ministers is highly encouraged to take this issue into consideration. Dear colleagues, based on all aforementioned factors, it is my opinion that the Parliamentary Assembly shall recommend that the Committee of Ministers invite Kosovo to become a member of the Council of Europe. I hope that today the Parliamentary Assembly will underline the need to bring under the democratic umbrella of the Council of Europe 2 more million Europeans, protecting them from violations that put their lives and well-being into question as we speak. Allow me to close my intervention on a more personal note. Ever since the report became public, I have received strong criticism and in some cases personal attacks for the way I handled the file. The most aggressive comments have been made by representatives of member states that do not recognize Kosovo. To those, I would wholeheartedly wish the courage to be honest, because in reality, their issue never was if and which preconditions were imposed to Kosovo. There could have been no precondition upon the satisfaction of which these members would have supported a positive report, for the simple reason that their objection has nothing to do with the accession criteria that my report examines. They object to the very idea of a state of Kosovo and thus the eligibility to even consider accession. This is an objection I understand, and it would be much more courageous from their side if they had decided to stay at that. I repeat it again. The report is not taking any stance on statehood. This was clearly not required by the Committee of Ministers, who preserved their exclusive right to decide on the matter. Should I have been obliged by the Committee of Ministers to express my opinion on statehood, should the Committee of Ministers require my or our opinion on statehood, I would have never taken the report, and I would align myself with the current position of Greece. If that was the case, that would have been my guidance and approach to the report. But, dear colleague, this is not the case. It never was. I hope this speaks a lot about my integrity and the extent to which I'm prepared to go in order to defend my ideas. I have done so consistently in the last 10 decades, and I'm proud that the members of the Parliamentary Assembly recognized those features by selecting me for this report. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dora. I now call Mrs. Rosen for the opinion from the Committee on Legal Affairs and Human Rights. You have 3 minutes.
Dear colleagues, the accession of Kosovo to the Council of Europe will strengthen peace and stability in the still fragile Balkan region. Most importantly, it will extend the protection of the European Convention on Human Rights to the people of this young country. And it would help to further strengthen the rule of law in the interest of all inhabitants, no matter which ethnic group they belong to. The draft statutory opinion of the Political Committee recognizes that Kosovo fulfills all the conditions for membership in the Council of Europe. The Legal Committee supports this conclusion and adds some further explanations. In particular, Kosovo has finally resolved the issue of the property rights of the famous Dekani monastery, a condition on which all 3 rapporteurs insisted. The constitutional and legislative framework of Kosovo is in fact quite advanced, not least because Kosovo has cooperated intensively with the Venice Commission and generally followed its advice. This said, some legislative reforms are still needed, and the practical implementation of the legal framework must be improved. The commitments made by Kosovo, as well as our additional recommendations, are tools that Kosovo has at its disposal to further improve the protections enjoyed by all its citizens. I deliberately stress all its citizens, because the fair treatment of the minority groups, including the ethnic Serbs living in the north, will be crucial for the future success of Kosovo as a free and prosperous country. As rapporteur for the Committee on Legal Affairs and Human Rights, it was my role to look a little closer into the legal issues raised by the Kosovo's accession and to come up with constructive proposals for further strengthening respect for human rights and the rule of law. The list of suggestions listed in the first amendment of the Legal Committee proposal speaks for itself. The explanatory memorandum provides some background for each of these proposals. in light of the eminent lawyer's report and the findings I made during the fact-finding visit to Kosovo. Dear colleagues, we should not forget that accession to the Council of Europe is not the end, but the beginning of a process. It is not a trophy that can be put away in a showcase, but a source of obligations who proposes it to improve the lives of each and every person living in Kosovo. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mrs. Rozon. I now call Mrs. Fresco-Rolfo for the opinion from the Committee on Equality and Non-Discrimination. You have 3 minutes.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you very much. First of all, I'd like to welcome Mrs. Bakoyannis' work. I'd like to thank her for this report, not forgetting Mrs. Rojan, with whom I carried out a fact-finding visit in December. I'd like to thank the Kosovan authorities and our colleague parliamentaries for their welcome and their precise answers to our questions. According to my mandate, I focused on issues of equality and non-discrimination. The Constitution of Kosovo, in its Article 3, guarantees the protection of the rights of communities, recognizes that Kosovo is a multi-ethnic society made up of the Albanian community and others, governed democratically in the full respect of the rule of law through its legislative, executive, and judicial institutions. The participation of representatives of non-majority communities to political life and institutional life is one of the cornerstones of the protection of minority rights. I'd like to echo Ms. Bakoyannis' appeal to create the Association of Serbian Majority Municipalities, which is essential, a first step towards sustainable reconciliation. This is a commitment that must be achieved in order to show that Kosovan Serbs' rights are respected and taken into account. I'd like to underline that representatives of civil society in Gračanica have told me that they lacked hope and faith in institutions, that they felt dehumanized over the past few years. The fight against hate speech and the promotion of reconciliation are intimately linked to the protection of minority rights and must be prioritized. A strategic approach of the linguistic issue is necessary with the effective implementation of the law on the use of languages, including at local level, which might restore faith in institutions. As far as education is concerned, it is essential that all school children are able, regardless of the language taught in their school, are able to make progress, and that disabled children are also supported. I see that women participate actively in political life, but unfortunately the official rate of female employment is very low, around 14%, and the authorities are actively working to tackle this. The translation of the Istanbul Convention in the Constitution shows that Kosovo is determined to fight against gender-based violence, even though the fight against child marriage could be intensified. Unfortunately, the draft updated civil code, which was foreseen in order to recognize civil partnership between same-sex couples, has not yet been put on the agenda of the Assembly, but I'm confident that the government intends to do so. I will be following the situation of transgender people, and I'd like to thank NGOs working on the protection of rights of non-majority communities, gender equality, the fight against gender violence, LGBTI rights, and the rights of disabled people who have supported the drafting of this opinion. By accepting this accession, the Council of Europe would be sending a strong message to support civil society, and I think we will have an ally who will support the efforts towards greater reconciliation. This will be an opportunity for non-majority communities to know that their rights will be better protected and their concerns addressed. Thank you.
Merci, Madame Fresco-Rolfo.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Fresco-Rolfo.
Of the speakers, on behalf of the political groups, I will give first the floor to the leader of ALDE, Mr. Julian Boulay.
Thank you, President. Dear all, my grandparents were born in the Kingdom of Romania. My parents and I were born in a communist republic. My children are born in a democracy. Countries and regimes change, people stay. And looking around in this assembly, I noticed that actually more than half of the members present here have been born in countries that do not exist anymore. Therefore, our fight is not for countries, but for individual rights. This is a historical day from a liberal point of view. We are defending rights of individuals, not of countries, not of ethnicities. Today's decision means more rights to 1.6 million people who lived the war, whose wounds are still healing and who are obliged to build a new future together. Today's decision is a starting point, and we expect Kosovo to deliver on the agreed reforms and on the international engagements. Kosovo is ready and deserves to enter Council of Europe. At the same time, Kosovo has to ensure a proper protection of the Serbian communities. That being said, we should not go into the wrong path of possibly creating a new Republika Srpska in north of Kosovo. But we should not either ignore the real need of the Serbian minority to be respected and included in Kosovo. I want to thank the presence of both the Serbian ambassador, but also of the Kosovo's ambassador. It is very important, it's a good signal to have both of you here. So I'm very thankful for that. I want to thank, of course, everyone for your presence. And I want to say on behalf of the Liberal family that I trust the wisdom of the Committee of Ministers to take the right decision on the future of 1.6 million of people, not countries, not ethnicities. Thank you.
Thank you, Julian. I now give the floor to Mr. Alexis Tsipras, who will speak on behalf of the United European Left.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. First of all, I want to thank Mrs. Bakoyanni for her report. There are different positions in this hall, including in my own group of the left, on whether or not Kosovo accession in this period contribute to the goals of the Council of Europe. As you may know, I have fought for peace, stability and growth in the region of Balkans. And from this experience, I have at least learned two things. First of all, that there are no easy solutions for peace. All decisions that take us forward are difficult and have a political cost. Fighting nationalism has a cost. Fighting inaction has a cost. The second thing I have learned from my experience is that this cost is worth it because it can make the difference between war and peace. Frozen conflicts do not stay frozen forever. If issues are not solved on the basis of international law, stability is undermined day by day, and nationalism grows until the conflict becomes violent again. A strategy of delaying negotiations and kicking the can down the road is good for political careers, but it comes at the cost of people's lives, it comes at the cost of their future. So I agree that today the accession of Kosovo is on the table, and this has created a dynamic for action. And on this basis, Kosovo has at last decided to implement the decisions of the Constitutional Court on the Desani Monastery. But I want to be clear that this cannot be enough to support accession. Since Kosovo's application, we have seen very serious escalations some because of Belgrade, but also some because of the decisions of Pristina. Most importantly, we need actions in relation to the law on expropriations and good faith proposals on the establishment of the Association of Serb Majority Municipalities, including a roadmap. We cannot build peace on abstract commitments. Finding a common diplomatic ground in resolving differences that protects at the same time your national interests is a difficult path, but it is the only path for our common future. It is the only path of a country that is truly strong and believes in its future. Politicians have to have the political will for progress, even if it means sacrificing a part of their political capital. I have spoken several times to Prime Minister Kurti, who I believe has very important political capital with his people that he should use, as I have spoken at the same time several times with President Vučić in Serbia, who also can use his political capital for a breakthrough. This is the only way peace is built in a region. This is the way peace is built in Europe. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Alexis. I now give the floor to Mr. Frank Svabe on behalf of the Socialist Democrats and Greens, the leader of the group. Mr. Svabe.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. President. This is a historical moment. Dear colleagues, dear women and men of Kosovo, I know how you like more to say Kosovo, and dear Dora Bakoyannis, I really have to thank you very much for this report, and I have to thank you very much for your wisdom, your power, your courage, and as we know as chairs of groups, your persistence. At the end, all this makes this progress possible, and I know that you face all kinds of criticism from different actors in different phases of preparing of the report. I'm very sure that you was the best choice and you make this progress possible today, so thank you very much for this. Efcharisto. It's a unique organization we have to represent here, one of the best in the world. We are not the UN Secretary, the UN Security Council, we are not the General Assembly of the UN, and we should not play it. We are not here to recognize countries and not to recognize countries. We have to create a geographical space of respect of democracy, rule of law, and human rights in a bigger Europe. And we have enough gray zones meanwhile, but if there is a part of the organization, a part of Europe, a country prepared to put around 2 million people under the umbrella of this organization, I think we should agree. Kosovo made a lot of progress in the last years, but a lot is to do, and Dora Bakoyannis addressed it in her report, including the establishment of the Association of Serb Majority Municipalities. But one progress was made, and this is the monastery Dečani, and I would like to thank all of them who made this progress possible, including the monastery itself. This is not everything, but it is an important step, and we should really value it. The Committee of Ministers, the governments, ask us for our opinion on the request of Kosovo to become member in this organization, and we will give our answer, a clear answer today. And it's a clear message. There is no reason then not to decide in May in the ministerial on this request. This Council of Europe, with our own values and rules, we have our own dignity. And please do not mix it with other institutions. We are not the European Union. We are not the Quint group. They have some reasons, but we have our reason ourselves, and we are quite proud that we could reach something with our rapporteur what others could not reach till now. But this membership is not a tool for negotiations. We have our own logic, and we have our own value in a membership ourselves. I ask you to support the very balanced report and reject the amendments which would risk this balance. Let's give a very clear signal with a two-thirds majority or even more to our governments, to the Committee of Ministers. Let's welcome Kosovo in the Council of Europe.
Thank you, Frank. I give now the floor to Mrs. Ingrid Skau. She will speak on behalf of the EPP group. Ingrid, you have the floor.
President, EPP would like to start by thanking Mrs. Dora Bakoyannis for her report and draft opinion. We know that she and her team have been working hard and diligently. Thanks to her efforts, we can have a well-founded debate here today. To many in this room, this is a difficult and sensitive question. So also for members of the EPP group. We do not have a unified position in this question. I therefore welcome the debate and look forward to hearing the various positions. Bakoyannis' report is both thorough, detailed and balanced. It sheds light on the various aspects of Kosovo's application for membership of the Council of Europe. Both the positive and impressive developments regarding democracy and rule of law, as well as the remaining considerable challenges, are addressed. Norway was among the first countries to recognize Kosovo as an independent state, and since then, President, we have supported Kosovo's efforts towards European integration and membership of the Council of Europe. After visiting Pristina in September last year, I agree with the opinions and acknowledgement of the progress made by Kosovo in the areas of human rights, democracy and rule of law. Kosovo has taken important steps towards a well-functioning democracy. However, the list of expectations and commitments to fulfill is long. I would like to, in particular, mention the establishment of the Association of Serb Majority Municipalities. Prime Minister Albin Kurti has confirmed to Mrs. Bakoyannis that he is ready to sign the draft statute on the establishment of Association of Serb Majority Municipalities. It is our clear expectation that this will happen shortly and without any necessary delays. If or when Kosovo becomes a member of the Council of Europe, the country will be under the PACE monitoring procedure. Some of our member states and countries here have been subject to this procedure for years and still are. This is unfortunate. Membership is not an end stop. It is the beginning of a new and binding road. It is my conviction and expectation that Kosovo will embrace this road and work hard to move on from the monitoring procedure status as soon as possible. I hence call on you all to support Mrs. Bakoyannis' draft opinion. Thank you, President.
Thank you, Igert. Before I give the floor to the next speaker, I want to announce you that the ballot for electing 3 judges to the European Court of Human Rights is now closed. The counting of votes will take place under the supervision of the tellers, Mrs. Buska, Mrs. Eder Gitzthaler, Mr. Kern, Mr. Gevorgyan, and Mrs. Tselenk-Ezen. I invite them to go at once to meet in the room set aside for this purpose. The results of the election will be announced, if possible, before the close of today's sitting. And I now give the floor to Mr. Zsolt Nemet, who will speak on behalf of the European Conservative Party. Mr. Nemet, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. The ECR in principle supports Kosovo becoming the member of the Council of Europe. We appreciate the efforts of the Kosovar people in the past decades towards democracy and Europe since the fight of Ibrahim Rugova. However, we have 3 reasons why we cannot support the report in front of us. The 3 reasons are the following. The first one is that Kosovo has not fulfilled its own commitments only 1 out of 3 commitments, and I would like to draw the attention especially to the creation of the Association of Serbian Municipalities. This has been an integral part of the Ahtisaari plan, and since then, all peace plans relating to Kosovo. Unfortunately, Kosovo has failed to implement it, and I have very serious doubts that if we give up this opportunity, the Kosovo government will never allow the creation of the Association of the Serbian Municipalities. Dear colleagues, there are amendments in this question. EPP colleagues, there are amendments in this question, and I'm just curious why you are not supporting them. We want to see Kosovo as a strong democracy. The second reason is Serbia. Disregarding legitimate Serbian interest is endangering the international stability and the internal stability of Serbia. I would like to ask whose interest is to destabilize a country, whose interest is to let a country out of the Parliamentary Assembly, similarly to that of Azerbaijan. I don't think it is the interest of our organization. And thirdly, the Council of Europe, I believe, under present circumstances, goes against its own principle. The Council of Europe should serve regional stability with a wise, diplomatic, and mediating role. The PACE, the Committee of Ministers, should act together. I hope that the Committee of Ministers is going to be a bit more wise than us colleagues. I hope that we will be able to convince Kosovo that the Association of Serbian Municipalities is essential to Council of Europe membership. I hope that we will be able to keep Serbia on board inside the Council of Europe in order to continue its integration to different European structures. And I hope that we will be able to maintain the leverage of the Council of Europe vis-à-vis for the regional stability of the Western Balkans. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, dear Zsolt. I now open the list of the speakers. It was Mr. Zsolt, Mr. Nemeth was the last speaker on behalf of the political groups, and the first in the second list is Mr. Enis Kervan. Please, colleagues, keep the time limit.
Thank you, dear President. Dear colleagues, as a representative of Kosovo, I stand before you today with a heart full of hope and determination. Before I delve into this topic, I would like to extend my heartfelt thanks to the rapporteur, dear Dora, also dear Azadeh and dear Beatrice, for their outstanding work and unwavering dedication. Additionally, I want to express gratitude to all of you and those who have contributed to making this moment historic for both Kosovo and Council of Europe. Kosovo has made remarkable progress in fulfilling all the criteria for membership in the Council of Europe. We have diligently upheld the principles of the rule of law, democracy, and human rights, with a strong commitment to protecting the rights of national minorities. Our legislative framework sets high standards in line with the European standard to safeguard and promote the rights of all national minorities. We promote tolerance, dialogue, and reconciliation in line with the international standards such as the European Convention on Human Rights, Framework Convention for the Protection of National Minorities, and the European Charter for Regional or Minority Languages. Moreover, our Constitution guarantees the protection of economic, political, cultural, religion, languages, education, and media rights for all national minorities. In addition to legal protections, national minorities have significant representation in key decision-making bodies, including the Assembly, the government, the justice system, and local government institutions. Dear colleagues, in marking of the 75th anniversary of the Council of Europe's establishment, I urge you cast your vote in favor of the report prepared by the Honourable Ms. Bakoyannis. Membership of Kosovo in Council of Europe is not merely a symbolic gesture, it is a tangible step towards ensuring access to justice for all our citizens. The European Court for Human Rights represents a beacon of hope, offering a higher level for protection for the rights of all communities in Kosovo, especially for minorities. And I say this as a representative of one of the national minorities in Kosovo. I want to conclude by urging each one of you to consider the significance of your vote. By supporting Kosovo's accession to the Council of Europe, you are not only endorsing our aspirations for European integration, but also reaffirming the principles of justice, equality, and human dignity. Your vote will pave the way towards a brighter future, where Kosovo stands proudly within the European family, where the rights of all individuals are fully respected. Dear colleagues, today Kosovo awaits your endorsement for inclusion in this esteemed community. Let us unite, embracing Kosovo's multi-ethnic diversity as an integral part of this big family. Thank you.
Mr. Piero Fassino is next.
Thank you, Mr. President. I speak Italian. Intanto io vorrei
I'd like to start by thanking Dora Bakoyannis. This has not been straightforward work, as has been mentioned, and it seems to me that Ms. Bakoyannis' report is a balanced and far-sighted one, and correct in the indications that it suggests, the political indications, directions. We're talking about a complicated matter here, ladies and gentlemen. We know the background, and we know how much Kosovo has suffered, and we know that Kosovo is part of the Western Balkans that, for so long, have seen a high level of conflict. In 1995, we saw the Dayton Agreement, and the countries that emerged from that war were promised integration in Euro-Atlantic institutions, the EU, NATO, and the Council of Europe, as the framework in which they would be able to emerge from a long phase of conflict and to gain stability. And in 2003, the EU Enlargement Agreement confirmed that prospect. So did the opening of the NATO to a number of countries, and all the Western Balkan countries are members of the Council of Europe. And that seems to be the starting point that we need to use. We need to stabilize the Balkans, because for a long time, from 1995 until today, that is long enough for a lot of instability to have emerged. When we think just how many governments there have been in Montenegro and the fragile situation in North Macedonia, we think of the problems from the point of view of democratic development in Serbia, which is also a country that on numerous occasions has seen countless elections, and we can see that the situation in the Balkans is very far from being simple. And of course, Bosnia and Herzegovina is the most complicated of all. We need to offer stability, and Kosovo is an opportunity to offer stability to the region. And I think that the choice that we are making here, approving a resolution that requests that the Committee of Ministers admit Kosovo as a member of this organization, is fully in keeping with that prospect. And I say to our Serbian friends who are opposed to this prospect, think about it carefully, because Kosovo, which is part of the Council of Europe, will mean that all the citizens of Kosovo, including those in the Serbian minority, will be able to be better protected. They will be able to appeal to the tools of the Council of Europe, including the ECHR. I also think that the accession of Kosovo into this assembly could help us, as long as we accompany these two countries, could also help the dialogue between Belgrade and Pristina in order to normalize relations. This is necessary to ensure stability in both countries and in the Western Balkans as a whole, for which reason, I think it is quite right to open our doors to Kosovo, requiring that the authorities in Kosovo should keep to the commitments into which they have entered, as Dora Bakonis has sent out the very large number of conventions that they will need to accede to and implement, and also the Association of Serb Municipalities. This is a precondition, but we must bear in mind that we mustn't give rise to the circumstance of a new Republika Srpska, because we've seen what an impact this has had in Bosnia-Herzegovina. It has been an ongoing factor for instability, and hence the importance of the Association of Serbian Municipalities, but within the legal framework, which is that of the unity of Kosovo, and Kosovo as part of the Council of Europe will be part of the efforts that our Assembly can undertake to ensure the stability. Thank you.
Thank you, Piero. Next is Mr. Knut Abraham.
Well, Mr. Chairman, thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues. We have an excellent report here by Dora Bakoyannis, and I think we should all be very grateful to you. This is an incredibly impressive work you have done. Dear colleagues, we had eminent lawyers, rapporteurs from different countries, some who recognized Kosovo and some who didn't, different political groups and different committees. All arrive at the same conclusion, with strong support and based on facts that Kosovo deserves, and the people of Kosovo deserve, the protection of human rights that joining the Council of Europe offers. That's what it's all about. I hope for strong support in this assembly today. By that, we also send a strong message, a strong signal to the Committee of Ministers to take a positive decision on Kosovo's membership this May. This message I personally will take to Berlin, and I hope that all of you will take it to your national capitals. Let me highlight one key issue, and this is, of course, the protection of minorities in Kosovo, in particular, the Serbian minority of Kosovo. It makes no sense to deny them access to the instruments this institution can offer. Rapporteurs, monitors, and especially the most remarkable human rights court in the world, the European Court of Human Rights. Dear colleagues, Serbia stated in the Ohrid Agreement of last year that, I quote, it will not object to Kosovo's membership in any international organization, says the Ohrid Agreement. In return, Kosovo committed, I quote again, to ensure the security of the property of the Serbian Orthodox Church. And we are happy, and we've heard it already, it did so in the long unresolved Dečani Monastery issue. Kosovo also committed to, I quote again, ensure an appropriate level of self-management for the ethnic Serb community. This is a reality since Kosovo's constitution was adopted, which gives 10 Serbian majority municipalities full and exclusive powers in many areas already today. But Kosovo committed to do more, and this is good. But this cannot be an excuse now to delay its deserved accession. Dear colleagues, let's make this important step now, here, and today. Thank you.
Mrs. Nerea Heddo is next. Mrs. Ahedo.
First of all, allow me to thank Mrs. Bakoyannis for her work, the work presented before the Chamber today. Since Kosovo declared its independence, my political party, the Basque Nationalist Party, has been supporting it. We think it was a triumph of freedom and democracy, and we believe that this was also the triumph of the free decision of the citizens of Kosovo, and therefore we should respect that and, of course, respect the rights of minorities in Kosovo, all of their rights should be respected. Kosovo would like to become a member of the Council of Europe. It seems to me that it meets all the requirements and its legal framework is adapting to this situation, although there are still questions to be resolved. As the report says quite rightly, its membership of the Council of Europe would strengthen human rights, consolidate democracy, and of course the citizens of Kosovo would have access to the European Court of Human Rights, a major achievement. We therefore would support this path, and we will be supporting the recommendation to be submitted to the Committee of Ministers inviting Kosovo to become a member of the Council of Europe. We look forward to this integration, and I really think that this will be yet another way of supporting stability and peace within the area. Mrs. Bakoyannis has said, and she's absolutely right, that the report doesn't speak about the quality or what a state actually means. But of course, we have to remember that there are certain situations where you've got countries that have not recognized Kosovo as a state, including the Spanish state has not recognized Kosovo as a state. I don't quite understand that. I don't really know what the reasons for that might be or what the excuses might be for this non-recognition of statehood, bearing in mind that the independence of Kosovo does not actually violate the provisions of international law. There are also similar cases within the state of Spain. We still have unresolved territorial issues that have not yet been sufficiently settled. I'm talking about Catalonia or indeed my own region, Euskadi, the Basque country. Therefore, I would like to take this opportunity to say that we need to resolve these issues, but we need to do so whilst fully respecting the decision of the citizens. They have free will as peoples, of course, always through dialogue and always through agreement. Regarding the subject matter of this report, therefore, what I would like to ask is basically an appeal. For those who have not yet recognized Kosovo as a state, please do so. Kosovo should be fully recognized as a state. Why? Because this would be a way of respecting the decision taken by the citizens of Kosovo, which to me seems crucial, and in addition to that, it would help stability and peace in the region. Thank you.
Mrs. Blerina Gilamet is next.
President, dear colleagues, let me start by thanking the rapporteur, Ms. Dora Bakoyannis, and the two eminent lawyers, the honorable committees and other organs of the Parliamentary Assembly for their contribution in preparing the final draft opinion on Kosovo's request for membership to the Council of Europe. Today we stand at a pivotal moment in history, not just for Kosovo, but for the very ideals that the Council of Europe upholds. As we consider this request by Kosovo, we are not merely deciding on an opinion for a membership application. We are affirming our commitment to the principle of democracy, human rights, and the rule of law. Kosovo's accession to the Council of Europe is not just a symbolic gesture. It is a testament of recognition to the progress made by its people towards building a society that reflects our shared European values. A vote in favor of this opinion is a vote for enhancing the rule of law in a region that has seen the ravages of conflict and the challenges of rebuilding. It's a vote for bolstering democracy in a young nation that has shown resilience and determination in its democratic journey. And also it's a vote for advancing human rights for all the citizens of Kosovo, ensuring that every individual, with no distinction of nationality, live with dignity and freedom under the umbrella of this organization. In these times of uncertainty, as we witness Russia's aggression against Ukraine, a vote for Kosovo is a vote for stability and prosperity in the Balkans and beyond. It is a clear message that Europe stands united, that we are stronger together, that we will not waver our support for those who seek to join our community of nations, a community of shared values. Let us not forget that the Council of Europe was founded on the ashes of the war, with the vision of a continent united in peace and solidarity. Today, as we face new challenges, let us rekindle that vision, but welcoming Kosovo into our fold. Dear colleagues, I urge you to cast your vote in favor of this draft opinion for the Committee of Ministers on Kosovo's request for membership. Let us embrace this historic opportunity to strengthen the fabric of European unity and to build a future where every nation can thrive in peace and harmony. Thank you.
Mrs. Biljana Pantic-Pilja is next.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, Ms. Bakoyannis, I wish to congratulate you for what you are doing today, because you will go down in history as someone who, in the most brutal manner, violated all the norms of international law and the principles upon which this organization is founded. You have decided to trample on international law and admit into the Council of Europe something that is not a state, bypassing all procedures. Ms. Bakoyannis, you clearly stated that so-called Kosovo had to meet 3 conditions, and that only then would you give a positive opinion. The first and fundamental condition is the establishment of the community of Serb majority municipalities, which is an international commitment prescribed 11 years ago by the Brussels Agreement. The establishment of the community of Serb majority municipalities in the basic precondition for the Belgrade and Pristina dialogue. Remember, if you allow so-called Kosovo to join the Council of Europe without prior establishment of the community of Serb majority municipalities, the community of Serb majority municipalities will never be established. It was you, Ms. Bakoyannis, who said and wrote, and I quote you, "The establishment of the community of Serb majority municipalities is considered to be a necessary condition for an effective protection of national minorities' human rights." I will repeat to you what I told you at the political committee, because I have courage. You have demonstrated that you lack the integrity you evoke and that you are hypocritical. The Statute of the Council of Europe affirms that only a European state in which there is a rule of law and respect for human and minority rights may become a member of the Council of Europe. Why then do you not talk about the human rights of Serbs? Ever since Kurti's regime has been in power in Kosovo and Metohija, the persecution and ethnic cleansing of the Serbian community have been ongoing. A mass exodus is happening. Almost 14% of Serbs have left Kosovo and Metohija. Serbs experience ethnic attack on a daily basis, and you do not care. Pristina authorities are arresting, intimidating, shooting, and robbing Serbs in Kosovo and Metohija. For 10 months, Serbian goods have not been allowed to enter Kosovo and Metohija. Boards with place name in Cyrillic script have been taken down. The use of the dinar has been banned, threatening the livelihood of the remaining Serbian population. No one has been held accountable for the attempted murder of 2 Serbian boys last Christmas. And you have decided to reward all this unilateral action by Pristina with visa liberalization, admission to NATO, and finally admission into the Council of Europe. What you are doing is a precedent by which you will open Pandora's box. You have provided that territorial integrity and sovereignty mean nothing to you, and maybe precisely one of your states is next, and will follow this precedent that you have created in Serbia case. The status of the southern Serbia province, Kosovo and Metohija, clearly regulated by the UN resolution 1244, and Kosovo and Metohija will always be part of Serbia. We may be a small country, but unlike you, we have integrity and we will never surrender and submit. Serbia will consider whatever it wants to be a member of an organization that flagrantly violates international law. Živela Srbija!
Dear colleagues, I remind you that under the rules of procedure and code of conduct for members of this assembly, debates must be conducted in a civil and orderly manner, and that members of the assembly must not do anything which might cause a disturbance during proceedings. I'm just reminding it to you, to all of you. Dear colleagues, next speaker is Mrs. Marija Vukicevic.
President, dear colleagues, I have already pointed out that I will not support the report and Kosovo's membership. Since Montenegro did recognize Kosovo as a state, there was a lot of talk about my vote, but as you already know, as MPs, we all have the right to decide for ourselves. Regarding the delegation of Montenegro, there will be votes both for and against. I'm here to be the voice of those people who voted for me to be their representative in the Parliament of Montenegro. For us Serbs, no matter where we live, Kosovo is a cornerstone of our religion and our history. I do agree that we need to look forward, to try to build bridges of cooperation, but my opinion is that we are not helping the dialogue between Belgrade and Pristina by forcing Kosovo's membership in the Council of Europe. I must say that I'm surprised with the rush to finish this process, especially if we know that all requirements haven't been met. We have some promises that something will be done, but the question is when and if it will be done. I have read the opinion of the Committee on Legal Affairs and Human Rights regarding this issue, but the fact is that there is no consensus in the international community that Kosovo is a state. The fact is that the majority of members of the United Nations General Assembly do not recognize Kosovo's independence. 12 member states of the Council of Europe, including 5 member states of the European Union, don't recognize Kosovo as a state. Moreover, if we look at those facts, we cannot really say that it is a territory that is not disputed. And if we are talking about territory as a characteristic of the state in international law, it is also very important how that territory was acquired. Never in the history of the Council of Europe has the application of a disputed territory been considered, let alone that it has been approved for membership. There are some important facts that we need to have in mind when we are talking about Kosovo's membership in the Council of Europe. Territorial integrity and the existence of the Resolution 1244, prejudicing the ongoing negotiations between Belgrade and Pristina, and the risk of creating a precedent. We must treat the territorial integrity of all sovereign countries equally, because if we don't, it can come back to all of us like a boomerang. My opinion is that there is no need to force this process because it can have many harmful consequences. The role of the Council of Europe should be to contribute to dialogue and reconciliation, and if Serbia decides to lead the organization, we will only make the situation worse. Nevertheless, I do hope that the Committee of Ministers will make a responsible decision. Regardless of the decision, I wish peace and prosperity to all people living in the territory of Kosovo. Thank you.
Mr. Oleksiy Goncharenko is next.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. First of all, I would like to thank Dora Bakoyannis. You did a great job. You knew from the beginning that you will be attacked for this report. And you did a courageous step, and you made a great report. Evharisto, thank you very much for doing this. I want to congratulate Kosovo. I'm sure now there will be a positive decision. And really, Kosovo deserves it for 100%. That's a very great moment, not just for Kosovo, not just for Balkans, but for all of us. Because the free world should unite. The free world should unite. Now tyrannies and empires are trying to take a revenge. Just watch what's going on. Putin trying to rebuild Russian empire. Just watch that he is in offensive now. Watch what's happening now in Georgia, where just now, right now, Georgian parliament is considering the so-called foreign agents law, which is a copy of Russian law. And people of Georgia are furious about this. By this, Russia is trying to take Georgia from Europe. That's something we shouldn't give them this possibility. Just watch what's going on in Balkans, where Russia is trying to put an oil to the fire and to have a big fire in Balkans and big war there. We are doing now a step against this, because when there are gray zones, it's always very dangerous. Kosovo shouldn't be the gray zone. Kosovo should be a member of the Council of Europe, in future member of European Union. Kosovo eshte Europe, and that is true. And we need to go further. We need to help all other countries. Look, watch at Moldova, which is today attacked in hybrid way by Russia, trying to influence this country of Council of Europe. Watch what's going on in the Middle East, where these axis of chaos, Russia, Iran, North Korea, and standing behind them China, are trying to have a fire there, as big war as possible. Watch what is done by proxies of Iran. We can see it, Houthi, Hezbollah, Hamas, how it's everything dangerous. And the only answer is to be united now, to unite all the free world. Kosovo wants to be a part of free world and deserves to do this. We need to do our step today, and this is very important. And the last but not the least, I want to address Serbia. Just watch at other countries, at history. We were happy to work together with democratic Serbia, but you will never rebuild Serbian empire. In Balkans, it's impossible anymore. And in general, there is no place in Europe for empires anymore. No Russian, no any other. Just stop this revanchism. Just turn this page and be with us, and let's build together. Just stop these connections with Putin and other dictators. Stop playing games with them. These will only lead you to a poverty, to problems, to chaos, as you have it today. Just stop this. Move ahead. Work together with your neighbors, with all European countries. Let us be strong enough to stop all the tyrants in our continent, and together we will do this. Because our values are really our strength. I really believe in this. Great day. Kosovo este Europe.
Next is Kimmo Kiljunen. Kimmo, you have the floor.
It's on. Mr. President, thanks very much for Dora Pekoyannis for this excellent report. As Alexander Koncharenko just mentioned, you took a serious challenge and you made an excellent, good report. You kept your integrity very clearly, and it's a balanced one for all of us to assess. Clearly, Dora, you were a bridge builder. You tried to find issues where we can share views, opinions, and have a somewhat consensus. You try to seek solutions instead of controversies. We have witnessed enough controversies in Kosovo, in Western Balkan, actually in Europe as a whole. We need that type of minded, how to find a common line and compromises at the end. Mr. President, I'm coming from Finland. I listened very carefully what the representative from Serbia and Montenegro just spoke, and I can understand what they are stating, although have a little bit different emphasis and different approach for the problem. Finland is a small country, and we are by nature for self-determination of all small nations. But as Dora Bakoyannis in her report states, this report is not about statehood. This report is about human rights. Council of Europe is a human rights organization, and the question is about the access of close to 2 million Kosovians for our families, for our basic human rights conventions, court here, appeal courts, etc. That's the issue of this report. It's a little bit the same like we made 2019 over Russians, when they renewed their credentials here, the same idea, how to get Russian people part and parcel for our human rights family. Unfortunately, we know the results. I will vote for this report, but I will not vote for statehood, Kosovan state. I will vote for Kosovian people and their rights. So I would say welcome Kosovians to our common family, Council of Europe.
Next is Monsieur Alain Milon.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. President, thank you. Dear colleagues, first of all, I would like to thank our three rapporteur colleagues for their report and their opinion, which will feed into our debate today. It's not every day that our Assembly is asked to give an opinion with a view to the possible accession of this country to the Council of Europe. So this is a particularly important meeting, even though it will be for the Committee of Ministers to take the final decision. This is a very special demand, this request of Kosovo to join the organization, because not all states recognize Kosovo, and the resolution put forward by Dora Bakoyannis does underline that its possible accession does not prejudge the position of any other member state vis-à-vis Kosovo. This is a fundamental issue, naturally. Her report underlines the magnitude of the work that Kosovo will have to do, especially on 3 points. First of all, setting up the association of Serbian majority municipalities, the implementation of the judgment of the Constitutional Court on the Dečani monastery, and the respect of basic legal safeguards in the field of expropriation. I'm pleased to see that the pressure exercised by PACE throughout this process has achieved progress. The Kosovo government has announced that it recognized the rights of property, the property rights of the Dečani Orthodox monastery on the 24 hectares of land surrounding it, putting an end to a dispute that has been ongoing for 20 years. A referendum will be organized on the 21st of April with a view of revoking the 4 Albanian mayors elected last year in Serbian majority towns in Kosovo. This will ease tensions. And of course, the relations between Serbia and Kosovo are at the heart of our preoccupations, and we do not want a worsening of the situation, the security situation in northern Kosovo and across the Western Balkans, which is why it is essential that Kosovo uphold the commitments undertaken by the President, the Prime Minister, and the President of the Parliament. The creation of the Association of Serbian Majority Municipalities, as well as the respect of basic legal safeguards in the field of expropriation, are very sensitive issues on which we can expect progress. And I think maybe the first steps could be taken even before the Committee of Ministers examines this request. This would be a very strong signal and much appreciated. I'd also like to underline the importance of minority rights. The accession of Kosovo will, in my opinion, be a very positive point for all people living in Kosovo who will be able to apply to the European Court of Human Rights, which is why I will be voting in favor. Thank you.
Mrs. Arta Bilali Zendeli is next.
Thank you, Mr. President. Dear President, distinguished colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, there have been many meetings, sessions, debates, committees since yesterday that created a feeling to all of us that this April session will have a joint theme, and it is going to be the membership of Kosovo in the Council of Europe. Being an ethnic Albanian from North Macedonia, of course that allows me and makes me feel this theme as a very important one for Albanians, for the region, and last but not least, for Europe itself. I understand, but I don't agree with opinions of a kind that this membership will create new conflicts in Europe. But I also cherish very much the positive report of Ms. Dora Bakoyannis and 2 positive opinions of our colleagues, Ms. Beatrice and Ms. Azadea. Thank you, ladies. Dear colleagues, was this organization founded and formed to stop the wars between or among people in Europe? We all agree that yes, the answer is yes. Therefore, comments like this membership will provoke further wars, further conflicts in Europe does not sound good and does not share a good taste among us, because are, a contrario, are opposing the main purpose and the main goal of a Council of Europe. Also, all democratic states and organizations calls on dialogue between Kosovo and Serbia. In my opinion, this membership will boost and will foster this dialogue because at least now we will have two equal parts within the table, within the dialogue. And equality is a core value of Council of Europe as well. Former Minister for Europe and European integration of France in 1999 said, if there was a Nobel Prize for freedom, it would be delivered to family Ashari from Prekaz in Kosovo. A family whose 56 members were murdered during the war within one single day. Dear colleagues, that Nobel Prize was not delivered to family Ashari, but by supporting this report and those opinions, we all will deliver to their homeland a chair, a place in the big European family, in the big European table, the place where do they actually belong. Thank you.
Mr. Armen Gevorgian next.
Mr. President, Europe has traditionally tried to skip drawing parallels between Kosovo and other unrecognized entities that aspire to exercise their right to self-determination, Republic of Artsakh, for example. Such a selective approach to self-determination and its application has become one of the key sources of instability on the continent. Instead of turning into a source for international order and justice, it became a blunt instrument for geopolitical shifts. Both Kosovo and Nagorno-Karabakh in the early 90s had equally legitimate right to exist. They used to be autonomous entities within socialist republics. The whole absurdity of the present situation lies in the fact that as a part of totalitarian Soviet Union, Nagorno-Karabakh had autonomous status and self-governance, while in era of democracy and wider European framework, it remained unrecognized and its indigenous people were ethnically cleansed from their own native lands. Whenever the international community is unable to achieve a legitimate and a comprehensive resolution on the right of self-determination, we then inevitably face crimes against humanity. Meanwhile, selective approaches and double standards deepen the chaos and uncertainty in international relations, stimulate authoritarian trends, and downgrade the democratic standards. Dear colleagues, we Armenians will need to reset and start many things anew. In the first place, we need to tell the new and future European political elites about the roots of the Nagorno-Karabakh conflict and draw parallels with Kosovo case. The membership of Kosovo in Council of Europe may give hope to the Karabakh Armenians for some future on their own historic homeland. If Europe today shows strong will to adopt a new framework for the protection of Kosovo independence, I believe same Europe should find opportunities to facilitate a collective return of Armenians to their historic homeland in Nagorno-Karabakh. The Council of Europe has to join the European Parliament in efforts to help them to determine their political future and to exercise their own democratic self-governance under firm international security guarantees. I hope that the Council of Europe, while strengthening Kosovo's independence, can also reaffirm its commitment to the protection and preservation of fundamental political rights without a selective approach. The right of return of Karabakh Armenians is not only a matter of justice and human rights, but also essential for promoting peace, stability, and reconciliation in the region. The historic, cultural, and religious heritage of Armenian people in Nagorno-Karabakh cannot be lost, and this issue shall not be abandoned. Thank you.
Mr. Branislav Borenovic is next.
Dear Chairman, dear colleagues, today I will first ask you one question so that you think carefully. What kind of decision would you make if a part of your sovereign state unilaterally decided to declare independence against your will and consent? And if today you are deciding on the membership in the Council of Europe of such a breakaway part of your country? Imagine that. By putting on the agenda the reception of the so-called Kosovo to the Council of Europe, today we are witnessing a drastic example of the collapse of international law. Here, in the heart of Europe, the cradle of democracy, we are witnessing a terrible attack on basic democratic principles. With this procedure, you trample on the sovereignty and territorial integrity of a member country of the Council of Europe and the member country of the United Nations, Serbia. This is, I have to say, a world record in violation of democratic principles and international law, because you want expressly, in just 1 year, to enable membership in this body of a territory of Kosovo and Metohija, unilaterally seceded from a sovereign country, Serbia. That territory is not recognized by more than half of the world, and is not and cannot be a member of the United Nations as an independent country. I remind you, the Pristina authorities, in their unilateral actions, do not act according to the assumed international obligations and violate international agreements. We know that Pristina has done absolutely nothing to fulfill the key conditions from the Brussels Agreement, that is regarding the establishment of the Association of Serb Majority Municipalities. And you are doing all this at a difficult time, when relations between Belgrade and Pristina are trying to be normalized with difficulty and negotiations. Gentlemen, you are setting an incredible precedent, a historical, harmful precedent, and you are collapsing the institution of the Council of Europe. I ask you, are you creating a new rule with this precedent? Are you sending a message today to Catalonia, to Scotland, Northern Italy, South Tyrol, Flanders, to many parts of Ukraine? Are you sending a message to my Republic of Srpska and Bosnia and Herzegovina, to the southern Cyprus, that is possible unilaterally declared independence and be admitted to the Council of Europe? We will know from the outcome of today's vote, and time will tell what the consequences will be. Let me say in the end, right away, that I will be against this proposal, and I will repeat, without the consent of Serbia, it is senseless, unreasonable, inappropriate, and absurd to make such incredible decisions. This is a paradox and a shame. The only way to save the honor and image of this institution is to reject this proposal, or for the key precondition for any consideration to be implementation of agreed agreements, formation of the Association of Serbian Majority Municipalities. Thank you.
Mr. George Lukaidis is next.
Thank you, Mr. President. Allow me to start by thanking our esteemed colleague, Madame Bagoyannis, for the opinion that she presented to us today. Dear colleagues, when discussing Madame Bagoyannis' positive opinion on Kosovo's accession to the Council of Europe, we should ask ourselves, under the present circumstances, will making Kosovo a member state of the Council of Europe serve the purpose of peace, stability and security on our European continent? Will the European perspective of the Western Balkans be bolstered or weakened by such a development? Will it not have knock-on consequences for the whole region, already volatile in terms of minority rights and territory? Will getting Kosovo in the Council of Europe solve internal tensions, or, on the contrary, will it exacerbate them? Furthermore, dear colleagues, we should ask ourselves if such a development will lay the ground for more tension, hate and nationalism and violence, as we already tragically witnessed in 2023. We must also take into consideration the legitimate concerns of the Serbian side that has repeatedly called the Assembly to take stock on Kosovo's negative record as regards the respect of minority rights and its failure to establish the Association of Serb Majority Municipalities. Leaving all this outstanding issues to be addressed after accession, it's not the right thing to do. Without prejudice to the positive steps that have been taken, and we have to acknowledge them, the authorities in Kosovo, prior to accession, must speed up reform and establish the Association of Serb-majority municipalities and ensure that expropriations are conducted in full compliance with law and the Ahtisaari Plan. Otherwise, Kosovo's accession, without the prior obligation to meet these benchmarks, will act as a disincentive to proceed with the necessary reforms. Furthermore, dear colleagues, the integration of minority Serbs into the government architecture, as well as tangible progress on the EU-facilitated dialogue aiming to achieve a comprehensive, legally binding normalization agreement between Kosovo and Serbia is essential. Without normalization, the accession of Kosovo to the Council of Europe will be, in our opinion, at least a major mistake. Secondly, allowing Kosovo to become a member state of the Council of Europe and thus departing from the status-neutral position of the UN sets a dangerous precedent for other secessionist entities, establishing total violation of international law and in violation of the sovereignty and territorial integrity of states. Political solutions must be sought in conformity with the norms and principles of international law. The Council of Europe should continue to strive to establish deeper ties with Kosovo, mainstream standards and activities that will improve the lives of the people in terms of human rights, the rule of law, and democracy, including minority rights. Status over standards will jeopardize this goal. Thank you.
Mr. Arben Gassi is next.
Dear colleagues, I stand before you today not only as a representative of Kosovo, but as a voice of justice, democracy, human rights in our region. The question before us is not merely one of the membership, but is a question of recognition, of solidarity, and of the fundamental principles that bind us together as members of the European family. For too long, Kosovo has been denied its rightful place among the nations of Europe. For too long, our people have suffered the indignity of exclusion and the pain of injustice. But today, we stand before you as equals, ready to take our place among the community of nations. Membership in the Council of Europe is not just a matter of political significance for Kosovo. It is a matter of moral imperative for all those who believe in principles of democracy, human rights, and rule of law. It is a recognition of the progress we have made in building democratic institutions, fostering inter-ethnic harmony, and promoting the rights of our citizens. But our journey is far from over. We still face challenges, obstacles, and adversaries who seek to undermine our progress, to undermine our existence. We remain committed to the path of freedom, the values of tolerance and dignity, and to the vision of Kosovo that is free, democratic, and inclusive. 35 years ago, based on these Council values, our founding father, Ibrahim Rugova, started a journey of democracy, rule of law, and independence. We got a reply from Serbia with violence, killing, atrocities, but we did not stop because we believed in your support. With your support, we had our freedom. With your support, we built our country. With your support, we will be part of this organization. Today, I ask each and every one of you to stand on the right side of history, to stand with Kosovo and to stand for the principles that define our European identity. Let us stand and send a clear and unequivocal message to the world that Kosovo belongs to the Council of Europe, that our voice deserves to be heard, and that our rights must be respected. I urge you to vote in favor of Kosovo's membership in the Council of Europe. Let us not only affirm our commitment to the democracy and human rights, but also demonstrate our solidarity with the people of Kosovo as they strive to build a better future for themselves and generations to come. Thank you very much.
Time is over. Mrs. Fiona O'Loughlin is next. Fiona.
Thank you, Mr. President. During our progress report yesterday, I took the opportunity to say that one of our priorities this week should be the adoption of a very clear and unequivocal position on Kosovo's request for membership in the Council of Europe. In Kosovo, they've been working on this for 16 years through adversity and difficult times. And Saranda and Arban are testament to that. As it stands, Kosovo's citizens lack a fundamental tool to protect their human rights. The European Court of Human Rights is, of course, the final court instance available for European citizens whose countries are members of the Council of Europe. And presently, the Kosovan citizens have no access to this. So we could say that their citizens are fundamentally second-class citizens compared to their peers in the Balkans and wider countries in our continent. Kosovo has already become a member of the Venice Commission and the Council of Europe Development Bank, which has been a great asset in improving the living conditions for the vulnerable and the marginalised in Kosovo. Thank you, Dora, for your incredible work, and I absolutely support it. We should extend the protections of the ECHR to the citizens of Kosovo, while also ensuring that the government of Kosovo uphold their obligations and their responsibilities, which obviously will be part of the Monitoring Committee's work. I commend the report and I recommend its adoption. We are witnessing at the moment, unfortunately and sadly, the backsliding of democracy in some countries. And we should absolutely support Kosovo's application by extending the strengthening hand of democracy to them. If the Reykjavik summit was not for this, what was it for? It is not enough to merely defend democracy. To extend it is to strengthen it. Solidarity with Kosovo. Thank you.
Mrs. Petra Bayer is next.
Thank you very much, dear Doros. The decision we hopefully will take tonight it was mentioned, it is a start and not the end of a process. And of course, Kosovo still has to do a lot of work to improve the human rights situation in the country. What is for clear that the beneficiaries of this process at the end will be the citizens of Kosovo, because they will be protected by the European Court of Human Rights. They will enjoy all their human rights under the umbrella of the European Court. And Kosovo has still something to do, and some issues were mentioned. I would like to focus on domestic and gender-based violence, which is all enshrined in Beatrice's report. And when we have a closer look, then we see that Kosovo already amended its constitution with all the contents of the Istanbul Convention. That's really a very strong commitment to combat gender-based and domestic violence, and I really want to congratulate. There are cooperation projects with the Council of Europe on reinforce the fight on gender-based violence, there is already an evaluation going on about the implementation of the obligations of the Istanbul Conventions with the methods of Grevio, but not by Grevio. And the result is that on the one hand, there is not enough resources for survivors of gender-based violence, especially of those who are seeking shelters. And there is a lack of comprehensive sexuality education at school, which could act as a very important prevention tool to violence. There is a national strategy plan, which a lot of awareness-raising programs, and since the beginning of this year, the Kosovo also works with perpetrators of sexual violence. And what is one of the problems that still have to be tackled is a lack of trust of those who survived, a lack of trust both in police and in the justice system that often hinders them to report cases. And of course, training is imperative. So in the light of what I've said, it's surprising that Kosovo did neither sign nor ratify the Istanbul Convention so far, and I hope that it's only a formal next step that will follow, and then we can welcome Kosovo also in the Istanbul Convention. And what I'm really looking forward to is the day when we can welcome the MPs of Kosovo here in this assembly, not just as observers, but when we can welcome Saranda, Enis, Arben, Besnik, and Ariana as equal partners here in our assembly. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Petra. Madame Seda.
Mrs. Göran-Buric is next. Thank you, Mr. President. Dear members of PACE, for 75 years, the Council of Europe has been defending the values of democracy, human rights, and the rule of law. The Council has always encouraged the reconciliation and good neighbourhood relations between European countries, fostered multilateralism, founded on international law. And thanks to this approach, the Council has grown stronger with each new member, reaching more and more Europeans and fulfilling its fundamental mission. After 17 years, we are today talking about a new step in this direction. I wanted to offer our support to the accession of Kosovo, to Kosovo joining our family as a part of Balkans and of Europe. As one of the first countries to recognize the independence of Kosovo, we believe that there's no turning back from this. We will continue supporting initiatives for Kosovo to be recognized by an increasing number of countries, and so it can take its place within regional and international fora. Ensuring peace and stability in Kosovo is of crucial importance for the peace and stability in the Balkans. And in this context, we will continue our efforts in order to maintain peace and stability in Kosovo, especially in the context of KFOR, the NATO force in Kosovo, having taken over command in October. As a part of the Balkans, Turkey has always supported the Euro-Atlantic integration of all Balkan countries, including Kosovo, and their accession to international fora, especially the Council of Europe. Because we recognize that this is a crucial step, not only for Kosovo, but also for the prosperity and development of the whole region, and in particular for the preservation of peace and security in the region. We believe that the problems mentioned in the report should not be seen as an obstacle to the accession of Kosovo to the Council of Europe. I think we can foresee that the accession of Kosovo will contribute to solving these issues, but that will have a positive impact for all communities in Kosovo. Dear members of PACE, I believe that Kosovo has come a very long way since its creation when it comes to the respect of fundamental values, and it will go even further when it is a member of the Council of Europe. And in this context, I welcome the commitments undertaken by Kosovan authorities at the highest level. It is in this belief that, as a parliamentarian of Kosovan origin, I wholeheartedly support the favourable opinion expressed in the report on the accession of Kosovo. I would like to recall once again that as part of the Balkans, Turkey will always play a decisive role for the development and the prosperity of the region. Thank you for your kind attention.
Mrs. Elisabetta Gardini is next.
Sì, grazie.
Yes, thank you, President. I would like to thank all those colleagues who are working on a very sensitive and complex issue. This is why I would like to thank Dora Bakoyannis, our rapporteur. She has undoubtedly spent a great deal of effort on achieving this aim. The aim is in keeping with our Assembly, because today we are voting on the request of Kosovo to accede to the Council of Europe, this request presented by the government of Kosovo. As an Italian, I would like to recall that Italy was one of the first countries to recognize Kosovo just a few days after its declaration of independence, and Italy has always supported its Euro-Atlantic aspirations, for which reasons we have always been in favor of Kosovo becoming a member of the Council of Europe's family, because we are supporting democracy, human rights, and also our European cultural identity. But we're also here to suggest solutions where problems arise. And therefore, on the one hand, we are in favor of the accession of Kosovo, but we would also like to make sure that this accession takes place as part of a process which unites us and doesn't divide us, and provides and ensures greater union in our organization and not greater conflict. Let's recall that globally we are going through a very difficult moment in history, lots of regional conflicts, and we know that it doesn't take very much for a conflictual situation to spread. And we know that there are external actors and influences in these regional conflicts at times. So in this spirit, we have submitted a number of amendments. They were rejected in committee this morning, but we'd like to see them evaluated, because we want to ensure that there is a dialogue between Kosovo and Serbia and Kosovo. I don't want to put one before the other. And as an Italian, I appeal to both parties, because we have sought to underline the commitments into which Kosovo has entered, the Brussels and the Ohrid agreements, and also the commitment to an association of Serb-majority municipalities in Kosovo. And Kosovo has stated that it will uphold this, and I can resubmit this when we come to the vote. I have mentioned this because we didn't have the opportunity I didn't want this to be seen as an obstacle, but also as a commitment which would be more clearly expressed than in the initial draft of the rapporteur. What we want to do is contribute to a proper framework for normalization of relations between the two countries that have been so difficult for years. And we've seen tensions in this very assembly, and we've seen that they are gradually declining, but they haven't yet been eliminated. We want to do something to achieve this kind of harmony. Thank you.
Mbasa is next.
The decision we take today may seem complex, but it's in fact one of the simplest calls we have to make. Kosovo already enjoys some of the benefits of the Council of Europe. It enjoys the expertise of the Venice Commission. Teams of our colleagues, members of this Parliamentary Assembly, observe its elections. Yet, it does not enjoy the full benefits, such as the protection that the European Convention of Human Rights gives to all its citizens, and its minorities in particular, such as the support that the Congress of Local Authorities gives to local government, and in particular municipalities inhabited by Serb minority. So the question is, do we allow the citizens of Kosovo to enjoy these benefits or not? This is the question on which we vote today. One would have presumed that, in particular, those who proclaim to have at heart the interests of Serbs of Kosovo would line up to be the first ones to demand that this act be taken as soon as possible. And in fact, thank Dora Bakoyannis, not simply for an objective report, not simply by fortifying their aspirations to give this support and this protection to members of Serb minority in Kosovo, but also thank her for making true on something that they have been demanding for more than 8 years, such as the case of the execution of the Constitutional Court decision on the issue of the monastery of Dečan. Or is there something else at play? In September last year, a Crimea-like scenario unfolded in northern Kosovo. It was not an isolated incident. It was not a sporadic undertaking. It was a well-funded, well-prepared paramilitary incursion to grab territory and dictate de facto partition of Kosovo, very much similar to what happened in 2014 in Crimea. And this is part of a vision that has a label. It's called the Serb world. It includes the secession of Republika Srpska, the overcoming of the political infrastructure of Montenegro, and it goes counter to everything we stand for and we believe in. That is why voting for Kosovo's membership in the Council of Europe is the utmost normalization act as far as peace and stability in the Balkans is concerned. These are two opposing views, but it has to be the view that protects the values we stand for that prevails. And for those who are concerned that a lot needs to be done in each of our countries. That's why we are here, to promote, to supervise, to monitor, to reprimand, and to make sure that all our countries stay on the path of the values of this organization. Thank you.
Monsieur Pierre-Alain Fridet, you have the floor.
Mr. Frides, you have the floor.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Dear colleagues, here I have a map that you're familiar with. It's a map of Europe, a map produced by the Council of Europe showing all its member states. And there are 3 countries missing, Belarus and Russia, and we know why. And there's this little speck in the middle of the Balkans, Kosovo. The people of that region do not enjoy the protection of the European Court of Human Rights, and this is something that needs to be remedied. There has been a long conflict between these groups with a lot of tragedies and suffering. I am a doctor, so in Switzerland there are many people from former Yugoslavia who live in my country, and I have Serbian patients, Kosovan patients, and through what they tell me, I have gained some perspective on the suffering that these people have been subjected to. I have been to Kosovo twice, on 2 occasions, in the framework of a parliamentary mission to KFOR, and I got some idea of the tensions on the ground. I went to Mitrovica, and I've seen across the banks of the river there the tensions between the various population groups that unfortunately do not mingle. And for me, the only solution is to go high. Both the Serbian population and the Kosovan population must win. And for that means accession to international organizations, accession to the Council of Europe. And I think it is their aspirations in long term to join the EU. And this will go through a normalization in their relations. It will be achieved through good relations with their neighbors and ensuring security for all these populations. This will mean economic development, better living conditions, and this is essential. These people want peace, they're entitled to peace, they should have peace, and it is through the international community that these people will be able to enjoy the dividends of peace. The long path to peace must start today, and I call on you to accept this report, to accept this proposal, and I'd like to congratulate its authors. I really want to say that here, we don't want to choose between Kosovo and Serbia. We want to work with Kosovo and with Serbia because we are Europeans. We want peace and unity. Thank you.
Mrs. Elvira Kovacs is next.
Thank you, distinguished chair, dear colleagues. As noted earlier, the readiness of a candidate to join the Council of Europe shall be assessed only on the strict criteria, which are based on fundamentals, principles of democracy, human rights, and the rule of law. The member states of the Council of Europe shall endeavour to respect human and minority rights and good governance standards to develop and promote pluralist democracy. However, in essence, when we are talking about Belgrade and Pristina relationships, we are facing at least 4 or 5 parallel realities. Reality of Serbian people living in Kosovo and Metohija, reality of Albanian people, governmental realities, even reality of international reports and resolutions. The question is, at which point do these realities converge? Undoubtedly. The focal point is the everyday life and security of the ordinary citizens. As it is stated in PACE Resolution 2368 from 2021, Preserving National Minorities in Europe, a number of challenges are endangering the capacity to protect the rights of persons belonging to national minorities in Europe. In that sense, the twin challenge for the authorities with diverse population is how to build societies in which minorities are not merely tolerated but respected and perceived as an equal and integral part. Madam Rapporteur, let us know about the list of measures to be undertaken by Pristina as a response to the recommendations of the eminent lawyer's report, which also includes positive steps towards the inclusion of national minorities. But we cannot forget that since 2022, in the Serb-majority municipalities of Leposavić and Zubin Potok, Pristina authorities have initiated land expropriation cases for 118 parcels of land. According to international organizations, including the EU, EULEX, the OEC, and the United States, have expressed deep concerns about these decisions, arguing that the procedure did not comply with Pristina's own laws and regulations. However, the fundamental question that must be resolved, which has already been agreed upon in the past, is the association of Serb-majority municipalities. Beside the fact that paragraph 11 stated that the Assembly considers that the establishment of the association should feature in the Committee of Ministers' future consideration of Kosovo's application in accession to the Council of Europe as a post-accession commitment for Kosovo, it is obvious that the establishment of the intermunicipal association is not a requirement by the Council of Europe standards, but in case of Pristina, the establishment of the Association of Serb-majority municipalities is an international obligation and the most concrete way to ensure the effective protection of the Serbian community in the northern municipalities. By establishing this community, all other problems should be received. It was said that Kosovo would be monitored in the post-monitoring period to see if it fulfilled the obligation, but what is the guarantee that the authorities in Pristina will implement their obligation when it is obvious that they have not implemented it after 11 years since the Association of Serb Municipalities was agreed? Also, how can Pristina authorities be trusted to implement reforms within the framework of the rule of law when Kurti and Osmani stated in public that they were returning property in Dechani Monastery only because of their membership in Council of Europe? Thank you.
Thank you, Elvira. Monsieur François Bonneau has agreed with Mrs. Saranda Bogujevski to change their positions. So she will speak now, and then we will have Mrs. Dunja Simonovic-Bratic, and then I will close.
Monsieur le Président.
President. Said that you are going to change the place that you are going to speak, isn't it? No. No, okay, you can go on then.
As you want.
Monsieur François Bonneau, you have.
Monsieur le Président.
President, dear colleagues, some debates are of particular importance, and that is clearly the case today. We are looking at the request for accession by Kosovo. The unusual feature of this of Kosovo is that it's not recognized by all member states of the Council, which is why it's important to underline that any accession by Kosovo will not preempt the position of each and every member state of the Council vis-à-vis the status of Kosovo. We need to say that in order to tackle it. The particular nature of this request is the troubled background of the Western Balkans, the scarring of wars and the collapse of the ex-Yugoslavia. And we must therefore be responsible and attentive to the equilibrium in the Balkans. We must take account of the painful history and the rights of majority, whether they be Serbs, Albanians, Bosniaks or Croats, depending on which country we're talking about. The stability of the Western Balkans is a major challenge. And we know that some countries there are subject to interference from outside powers. Dora Bakoyannis notes that the accession of Kosovo would have some positive effects because it would consolidate the process of European integration of Kosovo. It would guarantee access to the ECHR for all people in Kosovo, including the Serb minority, and it would mean that the Council of Europe would be able to ensure fuller monitoring of the situation of nationalities and would be able to apply all its tools. A recent agreement has been achieved on the Dečani monastery, but there are two problematic points which persist. On the one hand, the creation of an association of Serb-majority municipalities in Kosovo. This is a long-standing commitment by the Kosovar government as part of the EU dialogue. There's also the question of upholding basic legal guarantees on the matter of expropriation. We are aware of the delicate balance of our colleagues' proposal, but also conscious of our role. We are going to be adopting an opinion. It will be for the Council of Ministers to validate it or not. The authorities of Kosovo gave the rapporteur a list of clear commitments. They indicated in particular that all future legislation on expropriation will be completely in keeping with the Ahtisaari plan, especially when it comes to the protection of Serbian Orthodox Church property, and that the draft law on property expropriation submitted to the Kosovo Assembly will be amended as a result of this as quickly as possible. Kosovo also commits to undertake major steps to implement all the articles of the Brussels Agreement and the Ohrid Agreement. This means the establishment inter alia of an association of Serb-majority municipalities as soon as possible. Kosovo's Vice Prime Minister confirmed this morning the absolute determination of the Kosovar authorities fully to implement these commitments in this area. This as soon as possible, if it were to mean steps before the next Committee of Ministers meeting, that seems to me that it would be a welcome and important signal. Thank you.
And Mrs. Dunja Simonovic-Bratic now.
Well, dear colleagues, we came to the end of the road. The decision of supporting this report from the vast majority of this Assembly shows to us from the Republic of Serbia that you really think that it's quite all right to break all rules and procedures only to establish your will and power regardless on law and justice. This morning on the political committee, we saw your ignorance and the lack of any objectivity. All amendments that we tabled on the committee was rejected. Almost anonymously, MPs who talked against our amendments did not even find some better explanation than this great wisdom by saying it's not logic. Very original, I must add. Now, let me remind you what is not logic, as you said to us. First, the rapporteur broke all procedures while she was preparing this report. She changed her opinion daily. First, there were 3 requests for Kosovo membership. The day after, new draft, and from 3 we came to 1 request. And that request was just a symbolic one. Bringing back land to Monastery Visoki Dečani. We were listening from rapporteur that she is a Greek Orthodox, but that the establishment of the Serbian Association Municipalities and the law of expropriation are crucial. Now, I agree with the rapporteur. Only this symbolic become now crucial. And Serbian people who live there and suffer every day under the regime of Albin Kurti, whose ministers are now here, are cancelled in this report. It was more important for you to embrace the amendment for LGBT than saving lives of Serbian children. And that is not everything. This report is a downfall, not just for all values that Council of Europe stands for. This is a downfall of common sense. Finally, this is a downfall of Europe that once a lot of people dreamed of. In Serbia, we all feel the same. If you let Kosovo in, you are rejecting Serbia. You are expelling Serbia. Are you sure that this decision is an easy one? Everything will change. The president of reception of the territory that has no recognition as a state in UN will encourage all separatist movements in every single country. How will you deal with that? Who will be a terrorist and who will be a liberator? Those questions will get you soon, so be prepared for the days to come. Finally, I want to show my gratitude for those brave women and men who supported us in this hostile atmosphere towards Serbia. That was really not an easy task. And at the end, please mark my words, because they are words of all Serbian people. Kosovo was Serbia, Kosovo is Serbia, and Kosovo will always be Serbia.
Dear colleagues, I must now interrupt the list of speakers. The speeches of members on the speakers list who have been present during the debate but have not been able to speak may be given to the table office for publication in the official report. I remind colleagues that the typewritten text can be submitted electronically if possible, no later than 4 hours after the list of speakers is interrupted. As the rapporteur, Mrs. Bakoyannis, decided to use her total speaking time at the beginning of the debate, I invite the chairperson of the committee to take the floor. Mr. Buric, you have the floor.
Merci, Monsieur le...
Thank you, President. Ladies and gentlemen, the Political Affairs Committee's adoption on the 27th of March of the draft opinion recommending Kosovo's accession to the Council of Europe presented by Ms. Dora Bakoyannis has logically been followed by a discussion here in plenary. The agreement, the opinion, if it is adopted, will then be submitted to the Committee of Ministers that will take the final decision in May and will decide whether or not to place this issue on its agenda. This is what lies before us. 3 obstacles have clearly stand between Kosovo and its accession. Firstly, Kosovo's compliance with the decisions of its own constitutional court, in particular the decision on the Deceni monastery, because a land dispute stood between the Kosovo authorities on the one hand and the monastery on the other. The Constitutional Court found in favour of the monastery, but the authorities took a long time to implement the court's decision, but that has now happened. Kosovo's government announced on the 13th of March this year that it recognises the property rights of the Deceni Orthodox Monastery to 24 hectares of land that surround it. This is a very good example of what the accession to the Council of Europe can entail in terms of significant progress on rule of the law. Next, the law on land expropriation. This must take place in keeping with the Constitution and with Kosovo's legal norms, and it must be explained to the general public where expropriations are necessary and why, and it must take into account the ethnic background, in particular Albanians and Serbs. And finally, the question of Serbs living in the 4th northern municipalities around Mitrovica, given that following the boycott by Serbs of the recent municipal elections, the 4 municipalities have Albanian mayors. There was a very low level of politician. After months of crisis, this led to an armed attack in Banjska in September 23. There are going to be elections, however, on the 21st of April next, and we will discuss the establishment of an association of Serb-majority constitution, the first step being made towards this. In this debate, it's important to take into account the point of view of the Serbian representatives here. We're not seeking to cause one group to win and the other group to lose. We're seeking to create a balance, an equilibrium, and to reconcile populations in this region that has been scarred by history, and we're seeking to offer everyone a European perspective. The debate is open, and I hope, as chair of this committee, that it will be a fruitful one. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Buric. Now I have the honor to announce to the Assembly the results of the election of the judges. Election of a judge to the European Court of Human Rights for Ireland. Total number of members voting, 181. Number of spoiled or blank ballot paper, 4. Number of valid votes, 177. Absolute majority of the votes cast, 91. The votes were cast as follows. Mr. Fergal Gaynor, 9. Mrs. Yuna Ni Reiferartaig, 164. Mr. Colm Osineide, 4. So, Mrs. Yuna Ni Reiferartaig, having obtained an absolute majority of votes cast, is elected judge of the European Court of Human Rights for a term of office of 9 years, which shall commence not later than 3 months after her election. We congratulate her. Election of a judge to the European Court of Human Rights for Latvia. Total number of members voting, 181. Number of spoiled or blank ballot paper, 5. Number of valid votes, 176. Absolute majority of the votes cast, 91. The votes were cast as follows. Mr. Artus Cooks, 141. Mr. Yannis Neimanis, 5. Mrs. Daiga Rezevska, 30. So, Mr. Artus Cooks, having obtained a majority of votes cast, is elected judge of the European Court of Human Rights for a term of office of 9 years, which shall commence not later than the 3rd of September 2024. We congratulate Mr. Cooks. Election of a judge to the European Court of Human Rights for Liechtenstein. Total number of members voting, 181. Number of spoiled or blank ballot paper, 2. Number of valid votes, 179. Absolute majority of the votes cast, 91. The votes were cast as follows. Mr. Alain Sablé, 82. Mrs. Marie-Louise Geheter Alge, 13. Mrs. Catherine Reiter, 84. No candidate having obtained an absolute majority of votes cast, a second round will take place. The second round will take place tomorrow. So, we continue. The Committee on Political Affairs and Democracy has presented a draft opinion to which 15 amendments have been tabled. They will be taken in the order in which they appear in the compendium. I remind you that speeches on amendments are limited to 30 seconds. I understand that the chairperson of the Committee on Political Affairs and Democracy wishes to propose to the Assembly that amendments 11.1 and 12 to the draft opinion, which were unanimously approved by the committee, should be declared as agreed by the Assembly. Is that so, Mr. Buric?
Oui, c'est le cas, Monsieur.
Yes, that is the case, President.
No one object. As there is no objection, I declare that Amendment 11.1 and 12 to the draft opinion have been agreed. Any amendment which have been rejected by the committee seized for report by a 2/3 majority of the votes cast shall not be put to the vote in plenary and shall be declared as definitely rejected unless 10 or more members of the Assembly object. I understand that the chairperson of the committee wishes to propose to the Assembly that amendments 2, 3, 4, 5, 13, 15, 9, 14, 10, 6, 7, and 8 to the draft opinion, which were rejected by the committee with a 2/3 majority, be declared as rejected. Is that so, Mr. Buric?
Oui, c'est le cas, Monsieur le Président.
Yes, President, that is the case.
If no one objects, I will consider the amendment to be rejected. Is there an objection? Is there an objection? So the request of the committee is rejected, so the amendments will be taken individually in the order in which they appear in the compendium. I now call Mrs. Dunia Simonovic-Bratic to support Amendment 2. You have 30 seconds.
Progress. Human rights died on Kosovo and Metohija for Serbian people. They shoot on children on Christmas. What rights when you cannot go to the church if international forces don't protect you? They attack even graves and dead people. It is totally insane to talk about progress in Kosovo. Thank you.
Does anyone else wish to support this amendment? No, sorry. Does anyone else wish to speak against the amendment? Mr. Zbabe.
Mr. President, thank you very much. For sure, progress is in Kosovo. Everybody stated this. And unfortunately, you don't, let's say, welcome very much the rights of LGBTI people like you make sure in your speech before. So progress is reached, and we should have more progress, but we should speak about the achievements already. So I ask you to vote against the amendment.
The committee rejected this amendment with a two-thirds majority, and I shall now put the amendment to the vote. The vote is open. The vote is closed. I call for the result to be displayed. Amendment 2 is rejected. I call now for the amendment number 3, Mrs. Dunia Simonovic-Bratic, to support the amendment. You have 30 seconds.
Thank you, Chair. This is also unacceptable. We all know how long in domestic legislation must take time to exhaust domestic legal remedies and finally reach the European Court of Human Rights. That means that the first case would be before court only after maybe 10 years or 100 or never. Furthermore, Serbian people are arresting on false charges all the time without prior court order. Thank you.
Does anyone wish to speak against the amendment? Mr. Boulay.
Thank you, President. We find that there is no legal base for this type of insinuation. This is why we are proposing the rejection of the amendment. Thank you.
The committee rejected this amendment with a two-thirds majority. I shall now put the amendment to the vote. The vote is open. The vote is closed. I call for the result to be displayed. Amendment 3 is rejected. Amendment number 4. I call Mrs. Dunia Simonovic-Bratic to support amendment number 4. You have 30 seconds.
Thank you, Chair. Kosovo's potential membership would be a reward for doing nothing from all aspects of obligations that they signed. And if you support them, the stabilization would occur on that territory. There will be no dialogue with Serbian community. Kurti will feel stronger than ever, and he will just continue terror towards Serbian community. Thank you.
Does anyone wish to speak against the amendment? Mr. Boulay, 30 seconds.
Thank you, President. We don't find relevant this comparison as we are speaking exclusively of the accession of a country to the Council of Europe, not to references that should not include other international organizations. Therefore, we are against this amendment.
The committee rejected this amendment with a two-thirds majority, and I shall now put the amendment to the vote. The vote is open. The vote is closed. I call for the result to be displayed. Amendment number 4 is rejected. Going on to amendment number 5, I call Mrs. Dunia Simonovic-Bratic to support amendment number 5. You have 30 seconds.
Thank you. This is the core amendment. If you let them in the Council of Europe before the establishment of the Association of the Serbian Municipalities, they will never establish it. They are rewarded for doing nothing. This will ruin all dialogue that ever existed, and for Serbian people, this will be a red alert to run from that territory in the sake of saving their bare lives. Thank you.
Mr. Zwabe has asked to speak against the amendment. You have the floor.
Thank you very much. So what is really very interesting is that with this amendment, you accept that the Council of Europe can have an influence on the human rights situation and the situation of rule of law in Kosovo. This is very interesting, and I welcome this very much. But for sure, we start now everything. We reached something already with the ministry, and we want to go for more. But this should not be a precondition for the Committee of Ministers, so we are against this amendment.
The committee rejected this amendment with a two-thirds majority, and I now call for the vote. The vote is open. The vote is closed. I call for the result to be displayed. Amendment number 5 is rejected. Going on to amendment number 13. I call Mrs. Elisabetta Gardini to support amendment 13. You have 30 seconds.
Thank you, President. I would like to draw your attention to this amendment. This follows on from my statement. We just want to underline that at a moment when we're telling Kosovo that they can become a member of the Council of Europe, that they have a commitment into which they've just entered, needs to be done as quickly as possible. That is to say, this association of Serb-majority municipalities, it seems to me to be something that would move us in favour of dialogue. Thank you.
To speak against the amendment, Mr. Stier, you have 30 seconds.
Yes, Mr. President, this is an issue that is already covered in the opinion, and the rapporteur has explained it in detail in her remarks. The amendment is not in line with the rapporteur's explanation and the position. That's why it has been rejected by a two-thirds majority in the committee and should be rejected also now.
The committee has said has rejected the amendment with a two-thirds majority. I shall now put the amendment to the vote. The vote is open. The vote is closed. I call for the result to be displayed. Amendment 13 is rejected. Amendment 15. I call Mrs. Dunia Simonovic-Bratic to support Amendment 15. You have 30 seconds. Sorry. Mrs. Kovacs, you will support.
Thank you. Actually, Mr. President, I would take over if you allow me. As the rapporteur said, and we could hear today, this report is without defining the status or statehood of Kosovo, as it was said. So therefore, we agree that it is important international treaties, possible commitments here from the report, but it would be important to insert a paragraph, and the main part of the paragraph is that everything is without prejudice of the international legal status of Kosovo and Metohija as a territory under international administration and as a part of Republic of Serbia. So it would be in line with the rapporteur's opinion. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Boulay has asked to speak against the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. we make a very clear distinction of the word status and statehood, and we operate now with understanding of an independent state, not dealing with a part of another state. So this is why we strongly oppose this amendment. Thank you.
The committee rejected this amendment with a two-thirds majority. I shall now put the amendment to the vote. The vote is open. The vote is closed. I call for the result to be displayed. Amendment 15 is rejected. Amendment number 9. I call Mrs. Dunia Simonovic-Bratic to support amendment number 9. You have 30 seconds.
If it is possible. Dear colleagues,
Mrs. Kovacs, okay.
Thank you. As we all know, the Committee of Ministers asked for our opinion of the recommendation of the Parliamentary Assembly of the Council of Europe, and the decision will be final, as we could hear, at the Committee of Ministers. But anyway, we would like to put here that the Assembly recommends that the Committee of Ministers postpone its decision on the application of membership and until the United Nations Security Council finally determines or endorses the status of Kosovo and Metohija. It would be extremely important. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Wadbe. You have asked to speak against.
And we strongly recommend the opposite. So the Committee of Ministers asked us for our opinion. We will give our opinion now, I think with a quite clear majority. We ask the Committee of Ministers to react on this as soon as possible, and this is in May, so with a very vast majority we were against this amendment.
I shall now put the amendment to the vote. The vote is open. The vote is closed. I call for the result to be displayed. The amendment 9 is rejected. Amendment number 14. I call Mrs. Elisabetta Gardini to support amendment 14. You have 30 seconds.
Yes. I'd also like to present a sub-amendment, but addressing the amendment, this is yet again the same issue of underlining the implementation of the Brussels and Ohrid agreements, including the establishment of the Association of Serb-majority municipalities. These are agreements which have been entered into, and there is an agreement on it, and therefore it's important, I think, to underline this. Thank you.
Speak against.
Yes, President. Again, this is an issue that is covered in the opinion. The rapporteur has explained in detail how to proceed on this. This amendment is not in line with the rapporteur's explanation and position. That's why it has been rejected by a two-thirds majority in the committee and should be rejected now.
As Mr. Steer said, the committee rejected this amendment with a two-thirds majority. I shall now put the amendment to the vote. The vote is open. The vote is closed. I call for the results to be displayed. Amendment 14 is rejected. Amendment number 10. I call Mrs. Dunia Simonovic-Bratic to support amendment number... Mrs. Kovacs.
Thank you,
Mr.
President. There is no point of agreements if we don't force them to be implemented. So we agree with this really good paragraph, but at the end of it, we would like to add a really good sentence, and which is logical, that the Assembly invites the Committee of Ministers to ensure that Kosovo acts in accordance with the agreement on regional representation and cooperation reached back in 2012 under the European Union facilitated dialogue and fully implements the agreements reached under the EU facilitated dialogue. I know that the others would say it's not important, but how can it be not important? If we speak about the European integration of Kosovo and Western Balkans, just think about it. It's not logical. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Boulay. You have asked to speak against the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. What I not find logical at all is some Serbian MPs feeding with hate the anti-EU speech at home day by day, and then referring to a solution offered now. So I totally reject this as I see it as a sign of lack of consequence for the matter of this file. Thank you.
The committee rejected this amendment with a two-thirds majority, and I shall now put the amendment to the vote. The vote is open. The vote is closed. I call for the results to be displayed. Amendment 10 is rejected. Amendment number 6, I call Mrs. Kovacs. You have 30 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. President. I am really shocked with Mr. Boulay's reaction, but because I am definitely not anti-European. I am the chair of the European Integration Committee, and I'm really trying to speak sophisticatedly here, you must admit. And at least I'm standing. Please, everybody, people cannot hear you, but just to explain, here again, statehood and status. So we asked at least to change the word. There was no understanding for the Serbian delegation, therefore we ask for the deletion of this paragraph. Thank you.
Who wishes to speak against? Mr. Boulay.
Well, for the same reasons, there's no need to explain the difference between status and statehood. So let us be reasonable this evening. Otherwise, we are hilarious. Thank you.
Sorry.
But I should stand up, no.
I'm trying to do it as fast as I can without undermining the procedure. So, the committee rejected this amendment with a two-thirds majority. I shall now put the amendment to the vote. The vote is open. The vote is closed. I call for the result to be displayed. Amendment 6 is rejected. Amendment 7. I call Mrs. Kovacs.
Thank you, Mr. President. It is really interesting that we spoke here officially that it's not about the status. So if some of the countries or member states hasn't recognized Kosovo yet, but this paragraph would suggest, nevertheless, you must, how it is formulated here, irrespective of the position, we should behave like everything is okay. So as you could hear in the speech of my colleagues, you don't care about Serbia. So the Serbian MPs will be forced to leave this assembly. And for me, it is extremely difficult. So please, it's really not a win-win situation. Please think about it carefully. We suggested the deletion of this paragraph.
Thank you, Mrs. Kovacs. Does anyone wish to speak against Mr. Zwabe?
We want to monitor the situation of people in the bigger Europe. This is the aim, not that anybody should leave. We have a very clear text, and this is nothing, again, about the status. I think the rapporteur made it very clear. It's about human rights and how we can monitor it, and so for sure we should vote against this amendment.
The committee rejected this amendment with a two-thirds majority, and I shall now put the amendment to the vote. The vote is open. The vote is closed. I call for the result to be displayed. Amendment 7 is rejected. Amendment 8. I call Mrs. Kovacs.
Thank you, distinguished President. Since it is obvious that the colleagues are not ready to listen other opinions, and these were the most important paragraph, and we suggested deletion of it. It is interesting that during this debate, which lasted, thankfully, more than 2 hours, we haven't heard how does it come that the rapporteur hasn't managed to go to Belgrade, and the Political Affairs Committee had the authorization of her visit to Belgrade. It is interesting, you finished everything in 1 year, missing the capital of Serbia. So please, Mr. Schwab and others, do not try to convince me that it is for the sake of everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Kovacs. Mr. Schwab will speak against.
Interestingly, the rapporteur was in Belgrade and each and everywhere, and she really tried to do the best. She tried to make a balanced report. She was in Brussels each and everywhere. But again, this is the Council of Europe. This is about the question if we should monitor a part of this Council of Europe. Pierre-Alain Fredes showed the map. There is a grey part, and we want to give the right to 2 million people, including the Serb minority there. It's not about the status. So we should vote against this amendment.
The committee rejected this amendment with a 2/3 majority. I shall now put the amendment to the vote. The vote is open. The vote is closed. I call for the result to be displayed. Amendment 8 is rejected. We now proceed to vote on the draft opinion contained in document 15/958 as amended. I remind you that it was not, it is a mistake. I remind you that a 2/3 majority is required. The vote is open. The vote is closed. I call for the result to be displayed. The draft opinion is adopted. Dear colleagues, the Assembly will hold its next public sitting tomorrow at 2:30 p.m. with the agenda which was approved on Monday. The sitting is adjourned.